Good afternoon and welcome to today's meeting. I would like to officially open today's meeting at 1:03 p.m. and acknowledge that we are hosting this meeting on the traditional land of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. We acknowledge the Aboriginal people as the traditional custodians of Western Australia, pay respects to elders past and present, and the ongoing connection between people, land, waters and community. This meeting will be run in accordance with the DAP Standing Orders 2024 under the Planning and Development DAP Regulations 2011. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed on the DAP website in accordance with Regulation 40, 2A. Of the Planning and Development DAP Regulations 2011, and members are reminded to that they may need to announce their names prior to speaking. Our members may refer to technical devices throughout today's meeting to assist them with the information before them. We have two parts to our agenda today. The first part of our meeting, part B, will comprise the following members online. We have Councillor Bronwyn Smith and Councillor Jackie Huntley. In the room today, we have to my left, Tony Arias, to my right, Eugene Coulter's Deputy Presiding Member, and my name is Francesca Lafanti. We will be joined by different members for part C, and I'll go to that once we get to part C. There are no apologies for today's meeting and no members on leave of absence. Minutes for this DAP meeting, as are with other DAP meetings, will be available in accordance with the legislation on the website. We will be now moving to part B of our agenda, dealing with items from the City of Wanneroo. Members, I ask for a show of hands that you have duly considered all matters before you in relation to this part of the agenda, including the agenda itself and supporting additional related information. Can I have a show of hands? That is unanimous for the minute taker. Members, are there any disclosures of interest? I will first go to members online if there are any disclosures of interest and including whether this matter was considered at a council meeting.
No, not as far as I know.
Thank you. So there are no disclosures of interest for members online. Members in the room, are there any disclosures of interest in relation to part B? No. There are no disclosures of interest. We will now move forward to our application, item 3.1, lot 9028, lot 100K, Constellation Entrance 2 Rocks for a proposed service station. We have a presenter here today. We have two presenters, Rachel Chapman and Melanie Cox. Welcome to the meeting. You have provided information to us and all members have indicated that they have duly received and considered it. In accordance with the DAP provisions, there is a 3-minute time frame to your presentation, and I will encourage you to focus on the key matters that you wish to get across to the members today. I'll hand over to yourselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, thank you to the DAP members and everyone here today for your time. We wish to thank the City again for their collaboration during the assessment of the application. We are pleased to receive the City's recommendation for approval, and we have no objections to the proposed conditions. TBB has a long associated history with not only the subject site, but the Two Locks locality, being involved in the town planning and design for the Atlantis Beach Estate since 2007. For many years now, TBB has been assisting the estate developer to create and deliver the subject site for a commercial purpose, which has led us here today. Two Rocks does not currently have a service station or 24/7 convenience store, and local residents are required to travel over 10 kilometres south to Yanchep to access fuel. In the public consultation, many comments were received describing the need for a service station in Two Rocks and the burden to commute to Yanchep for accessing fuel and retail convenience offerings. It is evident that this is a much needed service for the growing Two Rocks locality. We note that the local Two Rocks community strongly supports the proposed development, with 40 of the 68 federal submissions received in support. And we acknowledge that the site has a unique history to its land use designation. The current subdivision approval for the subject site simply sought re-approval of the original application in 2020 with the same conditions and advice notes, as the original approval had lapsed due to the estate developer not having a purchaser for the site during this time. During the 2020 application, the DPLH requested that the local centre site be relocated 85 metres to the east due to the planning control area at the time, which is now an other regional road reserve for Breakwater Drive. A restrictive covenant was incorporated into the conditions of the subdivision approval to restrict the land use on the subject site for the local centre/commercial purposes. This decision effectively means the zonings in the structure plan were switched. The recent subdivision approval and its conditions have been actively implemented since the approval date, and the deposited plan is being progressed, and the lot is expected to be titled in June or July 2025. A new structure plan is being prepared for the Atlantis Beach estate, which TBB is involved in, and the administrative change to relocate the local centre will be included. Extensive technical assessments and reporting were undertaken to confirm the proposal's suitability from a traffic, acoustic and emissions perspective. The proponent engaged these technical consultants early in the process to inform the site layout and design. The assessments confirmed that the proposed operations will not impact the health and general welfare of the surrounding residents or detract from the amenity and safety of the immediate area. In light of the technical assessments, it has been demonstrated that the proposed service station is suitable to operate in its location. Importantly, 7-Eleven are experienced retail fuel operators and have experience in safely operating many sites in residential areas within the Perth metropolitan and southwest regions, and this includes meeting all legislative and licence requirements. The proposed 7-Eleven includes modern day and best practice service station refuelling infrastructure, including vapour recovery phase 1 and phase 2, which ensures the operations of the service station are appropriate from an environmental and health perspective, as detailed in the emissions impact assessment. For the reasons we have detailed today, we respectfully request the DAP approves the application as per the city's recommendation in the RAR.
Thank you for your presentation. We will go to questions. Are there questions from panel members to this presenter? Yes, Councillor Member Jackie Huntley.
Thank you, presiding member. Yeah, I've got one question. The light that's going to be admitted from this, due to the fact that it is so close to the residential area, are these lights going to be dimmed after 11 p.m?
The lighting will be in accordance with the relevant Australian standards. I'm not entirely sure if they'll be dimmed as such, but they will be per as Australian standards, which includes nighttime operations.
Are there any further questions from panel members?
Presiding member.
Thank you.
I've got a couple of questions. The first one relates to the restrictive covenant. In your presentation, you refer to it as a condition of subdivision. Has the subdivision been created, and is there a restrictive covenant on the title rather than a condition of subdivision?
The condition of subdivision. So
yeah.
Subdivision's been approved, which we were involved in, and they're in the process of creating the physical lot to out as what is now a parent lot for this facility, and that will have the restrictive covenant on it.
Okay,
So,
but it hasn't been applied as yet
no,
on the
no,
title.
No, and that's
Okay.
why there is a
Okay.
condition recommended by the city, which requires the title, essentially the lot to be created
Okay.
with the restrictive covenant.
Before the
Presiding
building.
member, if I could-
Yeah.
Further question?
Yes.
In terms of timing for the creation of the lot, can you give us an indication of when that might be?
Yes, that'll be in June or July this year.
Oh, so it's
And-
imminent?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
imminent and it's coming, and there's the condition 16 addresses that, like, before the building permit can be submitted, then the lot has to be titled,
Yeah, and the proponent is happy with that.
and the
timing.
proponent's happy with that.
The other question, and it's something that I propose to ask the city's officers, relates to the land use classification. And in this case, it's for a service station rather than a convenience store. Can you sort of explain why that is? Because obviously there is more restriction associated with service station than a convenience store.
As I, you go ahead first.
I think mainly because it has the retail sale of fuel,
Yeah, it's the
so
main
it
point.
fits more better into the service station definition.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. But I think each scheme is slightly different in terms of the emphasis they put on the service station versus the convenience store. But as I understand it, it more neatly fits into a service station. But perhaps the city officers might be best
Perhaps that'd be
suited to
appropriate
respond.
time
Yeah.
if the city's officers can note that. And the other question related to both the RAR and your presentation indicated that it's proposed to modify Structure Plan 69.
Yes.
Once again, timing for that?
Yeah, so the timing for that, because we're actually actively involved in that as well. So the structure plan just received a recent extension of time because it was about to get to the 10 years, as most do, at the end of this or October this year. So we just been working with the Commission to progress what we consider to be actually quite a significant amendment, because it is a large structure plan as itself, and some things have changed in relation to, not in relation more to this area, it's actually more to do with the coastal area. So we actually have started that process. We've had some workshops just with the landowner and the consultants. But more recently, the departments indicate to us that they're actually doing just a resolve to do a review of the district structure plan. And actually in a meeting, I think only about two weeks ago, they advised us that they would prefer that we hold off our structure plan review until they've significantly progressed the district structure plan. Which actually may lead us then to do some amendments to the current structure plan, including this one, rather than progress the full structure plan review, because there's a lot of other factors to take into consideration than just this, what is quite a minor matter. And so the Commission were actually happier with that approach, that potentially this now might just be an amendment instead of bundled into the review. But we're open to do either way, and we've indicated that to the city and to the department. We're happy to progress them in any case, whether it's an amendment or a new.
Thank you. Any further questions?
No.
Have any questions from yourself? No. I have one question which you referred to in your written submission, but you didn't speak to it today.
Condition?
Yes. It's only a very minor change. Did you want to speak to that at all?
Do you want to speak to that acoustic report minor?
Yeah, we only request that the date of the revision number be updated to reflect the revised acoustic report that was submitted during the RFI stage, because the recommendations changed very slightly.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from panel members at this juncture? If not, we now move to city officers. City officers, would you like to make some comment on the proposal and or any response to matters you've already heard about today in today's meeting?
I think everything that needs to be said has been said, and the city is in agreement with the presenters' presentation and what they've said. We're satisfied with the proposal as it is, subject to the conditions of approval. Just in relation to the land use component, the city deemed that the service station is the most suitable land use for the proposed operation, because it includes the retail sale of petroleum products and the incidental component of convenience goods as well. So that's why the service station is the most appropriate land use for this operation. Whereas the convenience store doesn't include the petroleum products which are sold, which effectively is fuel. So that's why we use that land use. Other than that, we are happy with the proposal.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions to city officers?
Not from me.
Do you have any questions?
Oh, just at the issue of the structure plan, if you could provide a bit more clarity from the city's perspective as to how you see that being progressed.
Sure. So generally the city is more in favour of a structure plan being amended prior to a subdivision being approved. That varies the location of, for instance, a commercial zoning. However, in this instance, the Commission has resolved to approve a subdivision which effectively relocates the local centre to 85 metres from the location in the structure plan. They've applied conditions of subdivision approval requiring restrictive covenants to limit the land uses of those lots. The city has noted that that is the approval that's in place, and this application is in accordance with that subdivision approval. We have had previous discussions with the applicant about the review of the overarching structure plan and have been advised that that is currently under review, and that will need to reflect this change once it does come in, and we're satisfied with that.
Thank you. Members, are there any other questions to city officers? If there are no questions to city officers, we move back to the agenda. There is a recommendation at the beginning of the agenda, and you have all heard of a modification requested to condition 11. Is there a mover of the recommendation as written at the beginning of the agenda?
I'll move that.
It is moved. Member Jean Coltas. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? It is seconded. Councillor Bronwyn Smith. Would the mover like to speak to the item?
Yes, Presiding Member, the public consultation that occurred demonstrates high support for a service station on the site. It generally complies with the planning framework. The zoning and land use permissibility, whilst it has some quirks in it because of the shifting of the site, that's been covered by the amendment to the structure plan 69 that's underway, and it's likely to be formalised. The built form, the building is designed and the uses on site are located to ameliorate any adverse impacts on adjoining and nearby residents. The environmental amenity impacts have been covered through the implementation and incorporation of the emission, vapour and odour controls. And of course, this has satisfied DEMO's requirements. The noise impact assessment shows that it will comply with the environmental noise assessment. The use lighting will comply with Australian standards, and I think that during the course of the building licence application, it'll be clear whether the lights are to be dimmed somewhat. The council will look into that. The landscaping complies with scheme requirements, and there's a condition to provide additional planting and ongoing compliance. Traffic and access issues have been addressed. The volumes of additional traffic are considered to be minor against the capacity of the existing road system, and there are access controls to ensure safe access and egress to the site for vehicles and pedestrians. Parking complies with the District Planning Scheme number 2 requirements, and as a result, I'm supporting the proposal.
Thank you. We move to our seconder, Councillor Bronwyn Smith. Would you like to speak to the item?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that this one was a little bit more of a pleasant experience in terms of reading the consultation, in terms of a number of people being really supportive. And I'll just mention one comment saying it's been such a long struggle to get what we actually need in this area. And I can only say it's been a long time coming, and someone at last is listening. So it looks like it is well needed and well received. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on the motion?
Chair, I'm happy to. I will support the motion as well. Whilst there are some sort of uncertainties about the zoning, in this case, I'm satisfied that the responsible authorities, in terms of the City of Wanneroo and the Department of Planning and Heritage, obviously have demonstrated an intent for the site to change zoning, even though it hasn't quite occurred, but clearly the intent is for it to be a local centre in the context of when that occurs, a service station convenience is an appropriate use. So I think the context is correct. The only other comment I would make is I'd probably suggest those responsible authorities to advance the reconfiguration of the site as quickly as they can.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the motion? I will speak to the motion. I support the proposal. I think the information we've had provided, as well as discussed today, is that the land use is an appropriate land use in the context. I also note that we have discretionary authority in terms of the structure of the land use, which deals with both the structure plan as well as the scheme, and based on the provision, the deed provisions that provide the structure plan to be given due regard. I am of the opinion that due regard has been given and that this is an appropriate land use in the context of this site, in this locational context, and given the framework that's already been expressed as being quite unusual and unique, including changes on foot to align elements of the structure plan and associated other documents. At this juncture, I would, however, like to move Amendment 1 for the minute taker. My amendment is essentially a very small amendment. It is to modify condition 11. It is actually modifying it in the manner put forward by the applicant. It is referencing essentially the changes in relation to the reference of the document, which essentially is 6 rather than 4 in the central, and the date, which is now March 2025. So it is a very minor typographical change reflecting the documents correctly.
I'll second that, presiding member.
It has been seconded. I don't have any other comments to make. It's a simple change reflecting the documents. Do you wish to speak to the amendment? Are there any other speakers of Amendment 1? If there are no other speakers of Amendment 1 to modify Condition 11, I will go straight to the vote. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously for the minute taker. Are there any other speakers on the substantive motion? If there are no other speakers on the substantive motion, I move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate.
No further comment, thanks.
There is no further comments. We are now going to the vote on the substantive, inclusive of the change to condition 11. All those in favour? Is carried unanimously for the minute taker. I'll go back to the agenda. There are no Form 2 applications and there are no Section 31 SAT reconsideration. At this juncture, I would like to thank Councillor Smith and Councillor Huntley from the City of Wanneroo, as well as officers from the City of Wanneroo, for their attendance and participation. For the minute taker, it is 1:25 p.m. and we will now be changing membership and moving to Part C. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Prapti. Can you hear us okay online?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, and can you see us okay?
I can. I'm just trying to position my computer properly. I'm just getting my husband to help me if that's all right.
Yes, that's fine. Welcome, city officers. I can see two of you online. Is it just the two?
Afternoon. No, there should be a third one. Our fire protection officer, Tom, should be joining online. Oh, yeah, he's just joined now. So Tom Belger is also a Shire officer.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. But the only thing is when I'm reading here, how do I?
Prapti, you're still on. You're not on mute at the moment, so just FYI.
Okay, I'm ready. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the presenters. All right. Good afternoon and welcome to everybody for part C of today's meeting. We have joining us for today's meeting, we have a membership for today is Councillor Prapti Mehta online. Welcome. In our room to my furthest right, we have Councillor Luke Ellery. Welcome. To my left, we have Member Tony Arias. To my immediate right, we have Deputy Presiding Member Jean Coltas. My name is Francesca Lafanti, Presiding Member. We have officers from the Shire of Mundaring online. Welcome, officers, and we will get to you very shortly throughout the meeting. And we have a number of presenters and submitters for today's meeting. Welcome to everyone. Members, can I have a show of hands that you have duly considered all matters contained in Part C of the agenda and Part C related information? That includes all submissions that were received for today's meeting. That is unanimous for the minute taker. Members, I'll have a show of hands in relation to disclosures of interest. First, I will go to council members, which I have indicated here. You both have impartial interests, indicating that you have participated in a council meeting in which this item was considered. The material I have in front of me is that has already been considered by the DAP Executive Director, and approval has been granted for you to participate fully in this meeting, and that includes voting on the item. To both council members, are there any interest disclosures above that that's already been read out?
No.
Thank you. Other members, are there any disclosures of interest in relation to this matter?
No.
Thank you. We will now move forward to our item on today's agenda. It is item 3.1, lot 505, Amherst Avenue, Darlington, for a proposed childcare premises. We have a number of presentations for today's meeting, and in accordance with the standing orders, 4.8.2, those presentations are limited to 3 minutes. I encourage all of the presenters to focus on the key matters that you would like to present within the designated 3 minutes. As you have heard today, all members have indicated they have duly considered all of the material, and that includes the written material that you have provided to us today. Panel members will be able to ask questions at the conclusion of each presentation. Question time in accordance with the standing orders and the DAP provision is specifically only for the 5 members. There has been one written submission that has also been provided to DAP members, and they have duly considered that. I will deal with the presentations in the order that I have in my information. First is Cassandra Hughes. Now, Cassandra, I have information you are online to present. And I'm going to hand over to yourself, Cassandra.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer and members of the DAP. I'm presenting to you as a Amherst Avenue and Darlington resident and a mum who once relied heavily on daycare. I also understand the impact of living opposite a school, as I've done so 3 times in the past. I believe that this development will be at the cost of community safety through increased traffic, reduced pedestrian safety and poor bushfire management, property egress and access to our properties as residents. Traffic and pedestrian safety. The proposed location for the daycare at 1 Amherst Avenue is on a dangerous intersection, and Amherst Avenue is location is compromised parking, traffic congestion and insufficient and unsafe pedestrian access. The Amherst Glen Road intersection has blind corners in both directions. With speeding traffic and poor visibility, we've personally experienced 2 near misses here in the past 2 years, one of which was within 1 metre of an actual accident. Adding 200 plus car movements per day and a driveway close to the intersection is not a minor impact, it's a major risk. Amherst Avenue is already under daily strain from school traffic, and the Glen Road Amherst intersection is significantly affected during the school period and during peak traffic from about 6:30 a.m. The daily chaos of buses, cars and pedestrians and the road verges in Amherst are typically steep, rocky or narrow, reducing parking capacities and leading to dangerous parking choices and behaviours. Those parking on Amherst on the side of the daycare have to cross the road to get to the school, with parents and children regularly darting between vehicles. Residents are regularly prevented from accessing our own driveways due to queues of traffic blocking them. We are unable to leave our properties between 8:20 and 9 a.m. and 2:50, return between 2:50 and 3:30 p.m. The childcare will be no different, as it will also have blocked driveway access, as traffic does not move out of the way for driveway access. This will further increase the agitation and frustration of drivers picking up or dropping off children. Our driveway regularly has people parked across it, preventing egress from our property. In an emergency, this will be compounded and potentially put ours and other residents of Amherst at risk in a bushfire. A parent that uses both daycare and school won't be able to park in the daycare whilst dropping their child at school, or if they do, they'll be occupying a bay for much longer than stated. If they move, this is an additional traffic movement in Amherst, all of which will compound the issues we already face. Pedestrians using both facilities will cross Amherst right at the intersection, a location of already immense risk, impatient drivers, large vehicles and poor sightlines. The bushfire management plan is very concerning, as Darlington is one of WA's most bushfire prone and indefensible areas. The proposed bell rating of 12.5 is highly questionable when neighbouring properties, such as my own, on the map provided by the proponent, is a bell 40. Two houses from the daycare, I'm, as I said, bell 40. This isn't just about compliance on paper. In a real fire, real access and in evacuation from a dead-end road like Amherst is incredibly limited. The proposed shelter-in-place strategy appears to be dangerously inadequate and not comparable to what the local schools in the area provide, and the evacuation plan is terribly flawed. The idea that we would get 5 hours notice for a fire is very optimistic. If a fire starts in the nature reserve or hillside between the Helena River and Darlington, we'll have little, if any, notice. In reality, is there a bus company that can actually meet all of the requirements? How would these compete with traffic, parents, residents in chaos and fear at the time of a major bushfire? And how much time would realistically be needed to load 80 babies and toddlers onto a bus with 12 staff? This application shows a very cookie-cutter approach, not one tailored to Darlington community and its risks. Today, a school would never be constructed in this location, and to construct yet another facility that will put children at risk and increase the difficulty of evacuation for local residents is frankly unacceptable. It shows no consideration for the impact on the residents of Amherst Avenue or the surrounding streets that are impacted both visually and by the traffic and pedestrian concerns. In closing, I respectfully ask you to reject the proposal at 1 Amherst. Sorry.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll just give you a few moments.
Thank you. I've only got one sentence left. It's I'm a bit nervous. This is not because we don't support daycare. This is not because we're being overzealous Darlington residents. This is genuinely a dangerous corner, Madam Presiding Officer. It is not safe. It just simply isn't safe. It endangers lives. It ignores traffic hazards, increased pedestrian movements across Amherst, and it severely underestimates the bushfire risk and the impact on the children at the daycare, any parents attending the Darlington Primary School, and the residents of Amherst Avenue who have a right to be able to egress without additional impact from this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions to the presenter? I have a question to you. It will also be a similar question to the officers. The existing circumstances that occur on the site that you're referring to in relation to the concerns about the intersection, do you have any knowledge of any actions to mitigate that existing situation that you've expressed concern about? I'll ask the same question to officers. What I'm attempting to do is to separate out the existing circumstances and the causes of traffic associated with those against what the applicant is seeking. Obviously, the applicant can only deal with their own proposal. So do you, as a local resident, have any knowledge about any forthcoming actions that are being taken in relation to the concerns that you've just expressed and is contained in your document that you sent to us?
Thanks, Madam Presiding Officer. I asked a question at the council meeting, and the Shire CEO responded with, I can't repeat the exact words, I can't remember them verbatim, but his response was, if there was a problem, we'd fix it, which indicates that later on, if all of the things we are concerned about come to fruition, that then they would do something about it. That's an inadequate reply and an inadequate action, because whilst it is busy, and I accept, and as I said, I've lived opposite a school 3 times, I accept that we do have a constrained condition because of the school. The addition of 230 to 240 car movements a day isn't insignificant. That's a lot of additional traffic coming in and out of what is already a significantly constrained environment. And it is likely that a number of parents will use both facilities. And as I've said, if they park in the car park, they can't walk across the road to the school, because that'll be eliminating one of the car parking bays at the daycare, which they state will only be occupied for a few moments at a time. Or alternatively, they'll then take the car out of the daycare, park further up Amherst to drop off their school child, which will create another movement in the street. So it will impact, it will add to the existing congestion. And we already know what it's like living where we live. But it is quite a dangerous intersection already, looking left and right. I think I measured, it's about 21 metres from the bend before you can actually see Amherst. So it's a very short distance for anyone travelling down Glen Road to see Amherst Avenue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Any other questions from members to our first presenter? If there are no other questions, we will move to our second presenter. Members, as you are aware, you can always go back to earlier presenters. I now move to Mr. Chris Arnold. Where would you like the presenters to sit? Are you assisting with the timeline for me? Thank you. There is just there, if you don't mind.
The pointer.
Yes, yeah. So that people online can also hear you. You'll need to probably, because there's a pickup point there.
That is active, is it?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to the panel. This presentation focuses on 2 images that may assist panel members when considering reasons 4 and 3 of the recommendation. The supporting text for the presentation has been included in the related information document, so I will just highlight some essential points. Well, firstly, like the previous presenter, many Darlington residents do not object to the establishment of childcare facilities in the Darlington area, and I've simply considered the 1 Amherst Avenue location to be inappropriate. The first slide relates to reason 4, impact on amenity and character of the locality, and shows how the facility will appear to vehicles passing by on the Glen Road distributor. Please also note that a position further down to the left, the view will be dominated even more by the building that is shown on the slide. This negative visual amenity generated by the predominance of the building is incompatible with the more typical discrete and vegetation screened residential building profiles that are so characteristic of Darlington, particularly close to the village precinct. The second slide, please. You may not be able to read that very clearly, but it relates to reason 3, pedestrian safety, and illustrates just one of what could be many high-risk scenarios that may be envisaged in the parking and drop-off area near the single entry and exit to the childcare centre. So we're talking about not the congestion on the road, but within the facility itself. In this scenario, consider a parent from the blue vehicle removing items from the boot while the under 5-year-old children are forced to stand behind the vehicle in the aisle, since the grey vehicle has been parked in the adjacent bay. The departing grey vehicle reverses into the aisle, potentially without proper view of any children. This impedes the pink vehicle at the entry ramp, which then stops, in turn preventing the yellow vehicle from properly advancing off Amherst Avenue. Should this scenario play out during school drop-off congestion conditions, the disruption to traffic will occur within meters of a pedestrian crossing point on Amherst Avenue. Thank you. I hope this presentation has provided some graphical clarity in relation to reasons 4 and 3.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, are there any questions to this presenter? I have one question. The document that you've provided that had plan on the board a few moments ago, I've got it directly in front of me. As I understand, that is a potential scenario that you are indicating could occur.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'll have some questions to applicant. They do have their traffic people here. I will also have questions to applicant as well as officers about what they say in relation to the concerns. But thank you very much for that material.
Thank you.
We will now be moving to Mr. Craig Jackson, if you would like to come forward. Over to yourself.
Afternoon. I'm Craig Jackson, and I'm a long-term resident of Darlington. I live on Glen Road, about 100 metres down from where the proposed childcare is. I'd just like to say that I'm against the location of it, but of course we all want childcare in Darlington. And I've got a few slides to represent what the congestion is like here. This was taken on an afternoon as everyone's sort of leaving the school, and you can see where the red dot is there. You're standing on the corner of Glen and Leithdale. Glen and Amherst, looking down Amherst there, and the red circle on the left shows the access to where people will be trying to get in and out of the daycare. And also need to point out that that this is a dead-end street and it's quite narrow. There is no cul-de-sac at the bottom. There is a loop at the end which allows the people sort of dropping off and picking up kids sort of come round, but any large vehicles like trucks or buses actually have to back out of the street. And then the next slide there shows this is just a few moments later demonstrating how chock-a-block it is and how people will have difficulty getting out of the proposed daycare. And then the next slide. You can see there, that's directly across the road, just looking straight down Amherst there. That's a few moments later. And then on the next slide, you can see that's where people pull out of the loop, and that's looking back down the street, and these people are all queuing up to go into the loop. And then on the next slide, you can see people here. This is on Glen Road, about where Amherst first comes into view, and you can see people queuing up to sort of come out of Amherst, go into Amherst, and also people queuing at the bottom there to go around the corner onto Glen Road. You can see quite a few people queued up there. And then the next one is another example of the same thing, of the people queuing up to go up and down and in and out and whatnot.
Thank
No
you.
worries.
Thank you
No
for your
worries.
presentation.
Sure.
Are there any questions from
Yes,
panel
please,
members?
Presiding,
over to
if you could, thank you for those slides, very useful. Perhaps go to slide 5. If you could just point out where the subject site is in relation to that intersection.
Where I'm standing taking the photograph, there's the red dot. You are here, and then you're looking south down.
Yeah, I was thinking more in terms of the photograph. So, yeah, I just want to, so where the large trees and the background.
Yep.
Where
the just behind those 2 white vehicles.
Okay. Yeah. You see, it's right around. Let's see. Yeah, it's on the corner here. That's
It's where the little hand. It's where the little hand is.
Okay. No.
Okay.
Yep.
Here is basically there.
Yeah. Which is what I thought. I just wanted you to confirm that for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have another question. A question from member Councillor Prapti Mehta. Would you like to stay with another question for you?
I'm just getting a question. Okay, sorry.
Yes. The question is, I think it was on slide 2 that I noticed that Amherst Avenue is a no-through road. Is that correct?
Yes. It's a dead end. There's no cul-de-sac or anything. It just comes to an abrupt end. Yes.
Thank you.
Nice.
And I have a final question
Sure.
as well too. The same slide, it can be any of the slides, but slide 2 does show it well. These vehicles are associated with the school movement, is that correct?
Yes. It's all school movement. Like throughout the middle of the day, there'll be virtually no traffic, but then at peak time is probably picking up. And dropping people off in the morning is a little bit slower because people come over a longer period of time. Whereas in the afternoon, everyone's there bang on 3 o'clock to sort of pick everybody up.
That's quite similar to most school arrangements, a bit more of a change or different timing in the morning, but most intensive, is that correct, in the afternoon at pickup?
Yes.
And are you aware of any approach to the school in terms of additional, I know there's parking on the street and there's some car park further around. Are you aware of any approach to the school for a management of the school generated traffic and parking? Because this is what it appears, and it's my understanding on what's happening on the site, that these photographs are specifically related to the school.
I'm not aware of sort of any sort of way that it could be managed sort of any better than what it is. Like we have people that sort of fill up the post office car park, and then we have people fill up a car park across the road from the post office, where the old train station is. When we had a train going to Darlington, that all gets filled up there. And I'm not aware of any other way that it could be sort of managed any better than what it is. And I'm not aware of anybody that sort of suggested anything either.
where I was getting at, I probably wasn't clear enough, that some schools stagger within the school itself the finish time of students to manage impacts for residents. I was trying to get understanding if you were aware of any such, also for parking associated with school, if you were aware of any such action in that local area. Okay, thank you for that. So we have a question here.
One brief question, just in relation to the queuing on Amherst. Is the queuing is in the westbound direction, i.e. entering the avenue, and that was the photo you showed was banking. Or whether there is queuing exiting Amherst, i.e. eastbound, turning onto Glen Road, or is it both?
Periodic. Well, the heaviest queuing is sort of going in the westbound, and depending on the traffic coming south down Glen Road, it affects the flow coming out. Yeah. So the bulk of the queuing is going in as opposed to going out.
Thank you. We have another
just
question
one
to
further
yourself.
question about sort of peak times, and it is a question I put to the Shire officers as well. It's been suggested in the applicant's submission that the peak hours for the childcare in the primary school are different.
People say that, but in reality, it seems that people will do their best efforts to sort of try and do everything all at the same time rather than making. So like the people try to imply that we want to put this daycare next to a school because it's very, very convenient. But yeah.
No, that's fine. I'm just curious about your response to that. As it is a question I put to the city's office and to the applicant. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there other members that have questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, sure.
We will now move to presenter Jennifer Woods, if you would like to come forward.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak to this issue regarding the daycare centre at 1 Amherst Avenue. My name is Jennifer Woods, and I wish to state that I'm not opposed to daycare centre in Darlington, just not in this position. I have a unique perspective on this issue, as I not only live at 365 Glen Road, which is over the road from the proposed centre, but I am also a teacher at the Early Learning Centre at Darlington Primary School. One of the reasons that the Shire is refusing to grant permission for the centre was on the grounds of bushfire safety. Firstly, I do want to commend the applicants as they have made considerable changes to the bushfire plan. However, there are still concerns. In the proposal, there are numerous statements that contain the words assume and limitations. In the event of an imminent bushfire, when the occupants cannot leave, the centre will be required to shelter in place, and the proposal does not outline the procedures to follow in this situation. It is not stated when the drills will be practiced, which is essential for an orderly execution of the procedure. To protect the lives of those in the building, it is quoted that the proposed childcare centre is easily accessible by emergency services through the use of the proposed car park and driveway and direct access to Amherst Avenue. This is incorrect, as Amherst Avenue has been deemed as indefensible by the Shire of Mundaring. The residents in Darlington's cul-de-sacs have received a letter from the Shire stating that their roads are entrapments, and this is backed verbally by the Darlington Fire Brigade. It is assumed that the centre will be able to get buses at very short notice, despite having liaised with the bus companies. If these buses are used at peak drop-off or pick-up times or for an excursion, this might not be the case. If the buses do arrive, a pick-up point has not been stated. Amherst Avenue is totally unsuitable for a bus turnaround. Glen Road also has an issue, especially if 15 minutes is the time allowed for transition to the bus. It requires the staff to ferry up to 80 children 50 metres across Amherst Avenue to the bus, potentially through smoke, while residents of Amherst Avenue are evacuating. There is some added time for, as I quote, as this is stressful and the children's behaviour can be erratic. Having taught pre-primary children for many years, getting children on a bus buckled safely and quickly is difficult enough, let alone 80 children under 5 with staff under duress from an impending fire. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. Panel members, are there any questions to this presenter? Yes, Councillor Member Luke Ellery.
You mentioned that thank you for your presentation. You mentioned that you work at the school and
Yes.
raised some issues of the school bus turnaround. Can
Yes.
I just confirm, when Darlington Primary might have excursions and there is a bus, is the pickup then from Glen Road?
Yes,
or
it is.
It,
yes.
Okay, so
we used to have it in Amherst, and then the bus companies went, no, we cannot turn around in here. This is ridiculous. So we actually stopped doing it in Amherst, and we actually do it in Darlington Road. We've actually got a little gate that is on Glen Road, and the buses actually go to the bus to that little gate on Glen Road.
okay, and if I subsequently
Yes, continue.
Sure.
So there's a pedestrian, that little gate on Glen Road. I'm aware of it. There's a pedestrian crossing around
Yeah.
there. So that's the bays along
Yes.
on Glen Road, because you mentioned Darlington Road as well.
Sorry, it's Glen Road. Sorry, apologies. Yeah,
Thank you.
apologies. Yeah.
Thank you. No further question.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, we will move to Councillor Member Prapti Mehta.
You referred to a letter that the residents on Amherst had received from the Shire about the danger to their properties. Would you be able to provide information on when that letter was sent out?
2023-24.
23-24. Thank you.
Any further questions from panel members? If there are no further questions, thank you for your presentation. We will move to our next presenter, Karen Gray.
Do you want your pictures on the screen now? Okay. The potential for a catastrophic fire in Darlington is very real. In this submission, the bushfire evacuation plan identifies evacuation as option 1 and proposes complete evacuation.
It assumes that 2 buses for 92 passenger capacity, equipped with childcare seating for under 5s, will be available, ready and waiting to mobilise to Darlington in 15 minutes. That 80 children between 0 to 5 will be organised, counted, carried and walked at least 140 metres, I walked the distance, across Amherst Avenue and up Glen Road to access the waiting buses, board and all be securely seated in 15 minutes, and that egress will be unhindered. Mundaring Shire suggests the time to realistically enact this plan would take around 5 hours. I contacted the bus companies to ask whether this plan could be realistically enacted, and they confirmed that depending on time, if they have enough notice and the fire is far away enough, they would likely send a bus. However, they stated, children under 2 must be restrained on the lap of an adult, in an adult's arms. With only 13 staff and potentially up to 15 children under 2, how can the care of the remaining 65 children, aged 3 to 5, be guaranteed by already occupied staff? Option 2 is to shelter in place in a building built to Bell 29, constructed to resist ember attack but not fire zone safe, on an undulating terrain within 100 metres of property with a fire zone Bell rating and surrounded by interlocking eucalyptus tree canopy. Could you put the other slide up for me, please? Thanks. You will have noticed that DFAS stated in their submission that it's critical that bushfire management measures within the BMP are refined to ensure that they are accurate and can be implemented to reduce the vulnerability of the development to bushfire. Regarding location, siting, design, and vehicular access, this plan is non-compliant.
The proposed development does not support the classification of managed to low threat, and aerial photos show dense vegetation with interlocking tree canopies in the area. Bell ratings cannot be validated, and it's unlikely an APZ can be provided within the subject lot. Vehicular access does not show how egress can be enabled in more than one direction. The Shire officers state that the BMP and the BWP are sufficient. DFES states compliance with acceptable solutions was not demonstrated, and they commented that introducing a facility that hosts vulnerable community members into a bushfire-prone zone increases their risk of exposure to the hazards of bushfire. That any assessment of risk should take into account not only the risk to the occupier, but the aggregated risk to the broader community through the introduction of such a facility and its operation on the surrounding landscape when confronted by that hazard. That building codes of any facility should meet or exceed legislated risk requirements, mandated standards, or codes of practice, and that evacuation planning must consider the practical application of enacting the BEEP under realistic conditions.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, is there any questions to this presenter? Yes.
No, you can't vote.
Can
you just clarify when you said that it was non-compliant from a bushfire point of view, that there was dense tree canopies, which contradicts, of course, the bushfire emergency evacuation plan that notes that it is low vegetation in the yards. Can you just explain the basis for the non-compliance from a bushfire?
I took that from the DFES statement in the submission that they put forward in the submissions of the RAR. And in there it states clearly that this area is not managed to low threat because of the interlocking tree canopies shown in the aerial photography. And as a resident living in the area's undulating terrain, narrow streets, and dense bush, mostly native eucalyptus trees. Certainly bear that out.
Thank you. We have another question. Did you have a question as well?
No.
Okay. Are there any other questions from panel members? Thank you for your presentation. We will move to our next presenter, Mr. Michael Smith.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Smith. I'm a teacher at Darlington Primary, a parent of 2 young children and a resident of the community. And many of us here cherish the rural character and the quiet streets and the safety that it has for its families and children. I'm here respectfully to oppose the proposal to build the childcare at 1 Amherst Avenue. And I fully support the need for quality childcare facilities in the area too, but I feel that overwhelmingly this is unsuitable in this location. Firstly, the childcare centre is directly across the road from Darlington Primary, and the parking at the school is already severely limited. The narrow rural style roads were not designed to accommodate high volumes of traffic or the parking needs of a large facility. There is simply no space to safely and adequately support the pickup and drop off of potentially dozens of extra families throughout the day. While we are told that the parking of the proposed childcare meets minimum standards, I don't want my children's safety and the children of Darlington's safety to be protected by minimum standards, especially when there are other variables that aren't being taken into consideration. Currently, to try to organise the chaos that is after school pickup, Darlington Primary assigns a teacher on duty after school every day to attempt to direct the students to their cars of their parents. It is the worst traffic parking situation I've ever experienced. And you really have to see it to understand. The cars are banked all the way out to Darlington Road with no room to move. Chains are put out across driveways to prevent stressed out parents from going into people's driveways. And people are still trying to turn around, causing chaos for large chunks of the day. Additionally, Darlington Primary's principal for the last 12 months has put on a high-vis vest and taken on the role of a traffic warden on Darlington Road because the police department has a shortage of wardens and it's really hazardous and we feel it's a necessary thing. I'm horrified of the thought adding hundreds of extra traffic movements through these dangerous times. The road layout around the school, while it's quaint, is dangerous. The roads are narrow, visibility is poor in many areas. In fact, during certain times of the year, the sun that drivers see going up Glen Road literally blinds drivers, and there have been several near misses across the road from the outer school hours care, where cars have had to drive off the road because of oncoming traffic. Introducing a high traffic facility with hundreds of additional cars each day would amplify these hazardous conditions. And while I'd like to, I will not allow my children to walk to school because I know of the dangers. We live on Victor Road, which is the next street over. The congestion at school times is extreme. There have been numerous near misses involving children, parents and residents. The PNC website, Facebook page, had a thing just yesterday about a child almost being hit, and the parent was pleading to families to take care on that road. Putting a large childcare centre would dramatically worsen these conditions. In conclusion, this application, while well-intentioned, is fundamentally incompatible with the nature and capacity of the proposed location. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, are there any questions to this presenter? I have a question. It's quite similar to the others. A number of people today, including yourself, have spoken about the existing congestion related to the school and concerns in relation to just generally the congestion. You spoke today about near misses as well as student movement. Do you know what action or otherwise is being taken about the current circumstance? And again, I'll repeat a comment I said earlier, is I'm essentially trying to understand better from the local community what the circumstances are now, and I'm familiar with what's happening at after school time, but it's more around those concerns that I'm hearing, that I've heard from you today and in your submission, express concern about principally about the existing issues created around the school and the school open and close time. Are you familiar with any actions being taken to address the concerns that you've raised about the movement of traffic associated with the school? And I'm going to have similar questions to officers, as well as I'm trying to separate out the impacts and also the development and how that, we'll have those questions a bit later, how that fits into the space.
I hope I answer this correctly. Every time there's a near miss or something that comes to everyone's attention, the school put out a notices to, in fact, there was a connect message going out to all parents of guidelines of how to use that road and descriptions. Only, I think it was 12 months, maybe a bit longer, they put in a few parallel parking bays on Darlington Road to try and ease some of the congestion at that time, give a few more parking spots. But I'm trying to think of some others, like we have duty teachers on directing traffic. The principal is one of them. Nothing else other than that.
Do you think there should be, and it's an unusual question to ask, I appreciate, additional controls or obligations in relation to the volume of people that come in going to the school at the same time? Because I'm hearing today, and coming very much through here, that concentration at the school start and end of day. End of day typically is the more intense period. Yeah. And the near misses that you refer to, are they associated with parents of the school?
Yes. Well, I'm assuming. This one that I was just recently talking about, we don't know who it was, but they were using the staff car park where they shouldn't be using it, driving out with low visibility and almost hit a kid. But I could only assume it was a parent. I hadn't actually considered the staggered pickup times as something I'd never considered before. I think we all just make it work and deal with this stressful situation.
As a teacher at the school, you're probably best placed to give some further information about the time frame of the concentration of the congestion and the issues that you and others have spoken about at close of school, typically end of school, to how long do you say, your observation, you've worked at school obviously, for a period of time, that occurs for?
Well, the well, my wife picks up my two daughters that go to school and has since they were in early childhood, and she would set her alarm for 2:30 to make sure that she got in the line with adequate time to pick her kids up, our kids up. So from 2:30 in the afternoon to 3:30 really, but about 150 Darlington students also play sports after school too. So it does maybe extend the tapers off to about 3:45, where you can really just back to regular. So 2:30 to 3:45. Sorry, that was a long-winded.
No, that's okay. Thank you. So we have a further question.
You mentioned just the recent incidents and near misses. Can I just ask, are they generally further up the street past the developments you mentioned where there's the staff car park, or have there been a number of incidents that are more at the intersection, which is where the entrance for the proposed development will be located?
I know of some anecdotes from other that happens on the corner. This particular one I was mentioning that was on a Facebook post was at the staff car park, and the one I witnessed was on Glen Road heading east.
Thank you. Are there any other members who have questions to this presenter? Thank you for your presentation. We now move to our next presenter, and I may not pronounce your surname correctly, Raymond Leclezio. I don't think I've got it remotely close. If you could pronounce it for me.
Leclezio, presiding member.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, presiding member and panel members. I'm a Darlington resident, and my deputation is in opposition to the proposal. I was not against childcare, as mentioned by other presenters this afternoon. I do raise the issue as to what is the actual need for a childcare centre in Darlington, and whether the extent of that need justifies a significant adverse impact. As mentioned in the SAT decision of Sharon Property and DAP 2021, community need is a relevant consideration in the exercise of planning discretion, and community need for a particular service may be relevant in terms of assessing the impact of a proposed development. Whilst it's not disputed that childcare is an essential community service, I have not seen any compelling evidence by way of a community survey, expert evidence, vacancy levels, workforce participation, etc., which indicates that any existing demand warrants a childcare centre in Darlington, or that there will be an increasing demand for childcare in Darlington. Whilst the applicant refers to the emotive term of a childcare desert, which is based on census data which compares the number of children to childcare places, that does not actually reflect the demand for childcare in Darlington. It's just a statistic. Darlington is served by 3 vibrant local primary schools, Darlington Primary, Montessori and Helena College, which indicates that young families have lived and continue to live in Darlington, notwithstanding the absence of a childcare centre at the end of their street. Darlington is also served by a number of local childcare centres. There is Nido, which is coming on stream in mid-2025 in Swan View. There is Milestone Early Learning Centre in Swan View. There's Cuddles Early Learning Centre in Swan View. There's Milestone Early Learning Centre in Helena Valley. There's Good Start Early Learning Centre in Stratton. And there's My World Childcare Centre in Midvale. All of those 6 centres are within a period of 6 to 8 minute drive from the centre of Darlington. In addition to the above, the Metro Outer Development Panel on the 22nd of August 2024 gave planning approval for a childcare centre within a commercial zone at Hardy Road, Glen Forest. That is 7 minutes from the centre of Darlington. Because of fire risk, absence of reticulated sewerage, restriction on subdivision and other planning issues, Darlington is not subject to infill development. Accordingly, there is a limited potential for population growth, including any population growth within a demographic which will require childcare services. Whilst recognising that there may be a demand for childcare in Darlington, that demand is unknown, and any potential community benefit from a childcare centre at 1 Amherst Avenue is overwhelmingly outweighed by the proposal's negative impact re-traffic, local amenity, inappropriate built form, and unacceptable fire risk. In concluding, even if there is a demonstrated need for childcare in Darlington, WAPC Bulletin 72 of 2009 emphasises, and I emphasise, that the need for a service does not justify development in an inappropriate location. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Panel members, are there any questions to this presenter? If there are no questions, thank you for your presentation. We move to our next presenter, Tree Wilshire. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correct.
Good afternoon, Tria Wiltshire. I'm the long-time editor of the Darlington Review and the author of several books on Darlington. I'd just like to address the matters of amenity, character and heritage. Darlington came into being as an 1880s vineyard surrounded by orchards, homesteads and a scattering of weekenders. Very often the people and the weekenders turned them into permanent homes when they fell in love with the place. From the outset, residents were very invested in protecting the character, the unique character of the place. It was residents who bought the wine cellar and turned it into a village hall in the 1920s. In the 1980s, the community fundraised for over a decade to refurbish it and add an art gallery. It was residents again in the 1920s who bought the land for the Oval. And very recently, Darlington became, I think, the first community in Mundaring to project manage the build of its own village community centre. Darlington's often described as Mundaring's most engaged community. We're very proud of what we've inherited, and we try to ensure that any changes are in scale and character with what is there. We want to enhance, not detract. We're fortunate to have over 100 century-old houses. We would love you to come and visit this site because on a map, it's almost impossible to get a notion of the character of the Darlington precinct, which incidentally runs along Amherst. It's suggested by the applicant that it was out of the precinct area, but in fact, the precinct border runs along Amherst. Without being there, you cannot see on a map the gradient of the three roads that converge on this site. That's Glen, Leithdale, Amherst. You cannot know the narrowness of Amherst, which at the end of it, end of the dead end, falls down quite a steep slope. And at the end, there are long driveways leading to battle axe blocks. So it's very scenic, Amherst, but not for nothing is it described as a bushfire entrapment zone, which is why we found it bewildering and astonishing that this could even be considered. These three roads that came into being a century ago, we live with their shortcomings. We navigate their chaos because we live in a historic village. But what we cannot countenance is that a 25% increase in traffic is going to be added by this. So please consider the amenity of Amherst, along with the lie of the land and local knowledge as critical elements of your decision-making. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just before you go, is there any members who have questions to this presenter?
I'm sure that this is a question that but I'd like you to respond to it. What your community is experiencing is not unique in the context of Perth growing.
Absolutely.
And perhaps not quite as unique as Darlington, in your opinion, but there are plenty of these almost, you mentioned vacation spots, historically have changed, they've become permanent, and the character changes and the need for services changes, and it's something that we as a Perth community are grappling with. On the one hand, demand for service, on the other hand, trying to keep character. And it's happening all over Perth. And it is a difficult thing to respond. And with your history in the area, how do we deal with that?
Well, I think for Darlington, we've done an amazing job of preserving the heart of the village pretty much as it has been for a very long time. It's all about scale. This is out of scale. We have very few commercial zones in Darlington, and that is by choice. We have a few cafes, a liquor store, real estate, but that's it. And they are all in keeping with what is there. So perhaps we're bucking the trend and trying to keep the place, as do so many countries in Europe, preserve what is unique. And we believe that a development of this size belongs in one of the designated growth areas that the Mundaring Town Planning Scheme has. One is 8 minutes away in Helena Valley. There is land there for commercial development, and there's a primary school. And I think another speaker has mentioned how many childcare centres there are within very easy reach. And the Shire's demographic survey has proved, we are a largely ageing population. We certainly want young people to come in. And if they need childcare, there's one 8 minutes down the road in Helena Valley, one coming to Glen Forest, which is 10 minutes away. And the Labour government has pledged a $5 million childcare centre in Mundaring, a designated growth area, as is Helena Valley. So that is our answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have another question for you. My question is in relation to the comments you had about amenity, character and heritage, and you referred to the built form in that context. I'd be interested in your comments in relation to expectation of built form, and I have a similar question to the officers about what the scheme and the planning provisions say about built form. I'm familiar that this development will be quite different in its context. Could you elaborate further about the concerns that you have about the built form? Is it the height? Is it where it's located? Is it the design?
It is very much the height from Glen Road. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Horrendous height. I think a councillor said it was similar to having 5 containers, one on top of the other. That would be your view from Glen Road. This is a really scenic road. You know, some of our amazing houses are in this area. The station master's house is in Glen Road. It's a very pretty area. Why would you do that? It's really quite sacrilegious to think that that could be the blot on the horizon.
Thank you.
It's, as you've been told by others, it's not necessary. It belongs, a development of this size belongs in a commercial growth area.
Thank you. I'm going to have a similar question to the officers, particularly in relation to the concerns that you've raised around, or in addition to other concerns that others have raised, around building form, and to get clarity. We have a material here, but clarity in relation to height, what the provisions are saying about height, setbacks, landscaping in that context, so that I can get an understanding of both or a more clear understanding of both the existing character and the emerging character that is set in the context of the scheme. So those two are in play from my perspective.
The height perspective, which so distresses us, is because this is a residential block. Like so many, it's on a slope. And that's why it is so unsuitable.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, you may.
So probably more for the benefit of some of the panel members, but there's a Darlington precinct plan that governs the town centre. Now that is across the road, not actually applicable here, but certainly within the
border.
precinct and
The border
it
of
defines
it
the
runs
amenity of
down
the area.
Amherst.
Can you just explain, there's been questions about the building built scale and form. What is the general character of the fencing? Because my recollection, grandfather wrote the precinct plan, was that it is generally low-lying stone or hedges or this and that. What, is that still applicable to most of the houses in the street, or does one side of the street have hedges and then the other just have large colour-bond fencing? When you're talking about this amenity, how does that relate to the fencing?
Very low rise, and as I said, there are historic houses on Glen itself. So it's low rise, and there's no ugly fencing. So this would be a real eyesore, and out of place and out of character.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We now move to Ursula Sharman.
Good afternoon, presiding member, panel members, and thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Ursula Sharman, and I'm speaking as a concerned resident of Darlington. I respectfully submit that the proposed childcare centre at 1 Amherst Avenue should be refused based on the unacceptable bushfire risk, unsafe access, and serious impacts on the amenity and character of our village. Bushfire and emergency access. Darlington is one of the most bushfire-prone areas in Western Australia, with narrow roads and only 5 limited exit routes, all bordered by dense bushland. The site is classified as a BAL 19 with no emergency access for firefighting vehicles. Emergency access is not a negotiable feature, it is an essential planning requirement. Critically, despite having 3 road frontages, the site offers only 1 access route, a significant failure when measured against State Planning Policy 3.7, planning in bushfire-prone areas, which mandates safe, reliable access and egress for both occupants and emergency services. Amherst Avenue, being a narrow, dead-end road, cannot meet this requirement. The bushfire emergency plan proposes using 2 hire buses to evacuate up to 80 young children and 12 staff. However, there is no parking or turning space for buses on site. They would have to park on Amherst Avenue, blocking residents from evacuating in an emergency. Inbound roads are likely to be closed to the vehicles and buses during an emergency, including this bus to pick up the daycare occupants. Also, parents of the young children in the daycare centre would rush to pick up their children. This reliance on external evacuation is not practical, is not safe, and fails to meet modern bushfire planning standards. Topography and site suitability. The site falls 7 metres from north to south, requiring major retaining walls. According to the Shire's own policy, childcare centres should be developed on level ground. From Leafdale Road, which adjoins into the development, this building would present at the lowest point of the road entirely inconsistent with the surrounding low village character, as it would present as a 5-storey structure. Impact on amenity. Darlington is a 130-year-old community characterised by modest homes, no fencing, natural bushland and quiet streets. This development scale, traffic generation noise would permanently alter the character of the area, contrary to clause 67M and N of the planning regulations, which require compatibility with setting and protection of amenity. Under clause 67 and M and N of the planning and development local planning schemes, decision makers must give regard to the compatibility of the development within its setting, including the relationship of the development to develop on adjoining land and the amenity of the locality, including the character of the locality, social impacts, and the effect on the local natural environment. Once amenity is lost, it cannot be recovered. In conclusion, this proposal is unsafe, unsuitable for the site, and incompatible with the character of Darlington. I respectfully urge the panel to uphold the Shire Council's recommendation for refusal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, are there any questions to this presenter?
Presiding member, you raised the issue of bushfire, and you're
Yes.
quite right. It is a fire-prone area. In my experience, DFAS has a very conservative position in terms of assessing bushfire management plans. The RAR indicates that DFAS is now satisfied with the bushfire management plan and the emergency management plan, which is an issue raised by a number of the presenters, but the RAR presents a different position, and it's something we will raise with the Shire's officers. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I know. The bushfire is still a risk. You know, I put sprinklers on my house, all those things, but I live every day with the risk. And this is a vulnerable land use. This isn't just me and my husband and 2 kids. This is a vulnerable use. This is young children that their mummy and daddies aren't there. I'm a mother, you know, I will fight for my children, and the mums and dads aren't going to be there. They're going to drop them off at this childcare centre, and they're supposed to be safe. They're supposed to be able to pick them up. And the bushfire is a risk.
I'm not challenging your view.
Yeah.
I'm just seeking clarification because, as I said earlier, DFAS has a very conservative position.
But there's no emergency access. They've got one entry point for a fire truck to get into. My driveway has to be over 6 metres. A truck needs 6 metres access, and they need a turning point to be able to get back out. So look, I'm not DFAS. I can't comment personally from DFAS, but from what I understand from living in Darlington, it looks extremely dangerous to me. Even parents coming in to pick up the children, like if there's a bushfire, they're going to rush to come and get their kids.
Yes.
They're going to rush in, and then we can't get out. We can't evacuate, you know. So.
Any other questions from panel members? Thank you for your presentation. We will now move to presenter Alan Stewart. I understand that there was 3 presenters. Are you choosing to be the first, or do you wish to go first?
I think that's okay. Yeah.
The order we have listed is yourself, Daniel and Marina.
Yeah, Daniel, Marina are online.
Yep.
And Trish Byrne is representing the childcare centre operator is here as well. And
For questions, not for speaking. Yeah.
Questions, yeah.
Okay, over to yourself,
Thank you, presiding
Mr.
member.
Alan Stewart.
Thank you, and members. You've seen my submission, so I'm not going to repeat everything in there. I just want to focus on a few key points. But there are 2 critical planning policies relevant to this area, and they're somewhat conflicting insofar as Darlington is concerned. The Shire's childcare local planning policy strongly encourages childcare to locate adjacent to schools. But then we have this Darlington Village Precinct Plan, which does discourage childcare in the precinct. But as you know, and as it's been explained, this site is not within that Darlington precinct area. It is adjacent to it, but it's not within the precinct. And it's adjacent to the primary school. And that's evident from the diagrams in my presentation to you. So it's perhaps the only site in Darlington that fulfills both of those policy requirements. It's also a corner site adjacent to a district distributor road that services Darlington. And that's consistent with the WAPC's recently released draft guidance statement with access from the Law and Order Road. While the site is not flat, and very few sites in this area are, it is of a regular shape, and it is large enough to accommodate the premises, together with all of the required parking, the external play areas, and the on-site stormwater and effluent disposal systems. So if I could just respond to a few issues previously raised, and I think some of the submitters have been referring to some superseded drawings and reports that were first lodged at this DA and have subsequently been changed. Retaining walls. There are no retaining walls of 2 metres in height on any boundaries. We amended the design and relocated the retaining walls, and the finished levels were adjusted to reduce those impacts. The highest boundary retaining is on the west boundary, and it ranges from 0.5 metres to 1 metre. So maximum variation of 0.5 metre. at that lower part of the western boundary. Any retaining on the southern boundary is quite minimal and less than half a metre high. Retaining of 1 metre high is set back a metre, 2 metres high, set back 2 metres as required. And we've also pulled the boundary fencing itself off those boundaries where we can to further mitigate any impacts on those neighbours. And they are deliberate changes with the Shire officers. In terms of car parking, just to reiterate, it does comply. We've got 23 car bays now, 10 for customers, 13 for staff. In my presentation to you, I did include a little diagram just showing how we intend to allocate those car bays. And you may wish to add a condition if you're inclined to grant approval, just to give effect to that allocation of car bays to make sure we do have the required 10 for customers and 13 for staff. It's a fairly standard approach that I take in these childcare submissions. In terms of building height, I think it's really important to mention this, that the permitted height here is a 7 metre wall height under the ICOs, overall roof height of 10 metres under the Shire's planning scheme. The building proposed, the wall height ranges from 4 metres at the higher end of the site to a maximum of 7 metres at that southern end. So it's only a portion at 7 metres, and the pitched roof is under 10 metres. So it fully complies, as it does with site coverage, overshadowing, and visual privacy and boundary setbacks. I just want to finish with, I think, the more important thing, the building design and its character. You would have seen in my submission some coloured 3D renders in there. That's what the building looks like. It is really carefully designed to look like a house. It has a pitched colorbond roof. It's a single-storey building. And we believe strongly it does actually fit in very well with the character of a residential area, including Darlington. I've worked on lots of childcare proposals. A lot of them don't look like this. They look like commercial buildings. But this one in itself, I believe, does not look like that. It's very much a residential feel that this building design has. And it's certainly not equivalent to 5 sea containers and does not look like sea containers. In conclusion, we'd ask you to set aside the reasons for refusal that the council has recommended to you, and we'd ask you to grant approval as per the staff recommendation. We're happy with all of those conditions that they've recommended as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions to this presenter? Yes.
So I asked a question earlier about the fencing required.
Sure.
You know, that wouldn't be required to make it for the precinct plan because it's not, but it is, as you pointed out, across the road. If such fencing were sought, would it still be possible, say if there were then lower, more in keeping with the precinct plan fencing, would it still be possible to operate the centre as is proposed, noting of course as well there was like noise management plans, so there might have been an acoustic assessment which was already based on the 2 metre fences, but it was then dropped to 1.2 as per the officer recommendation.
Yeah, sure. So I think the noise report says 2 metre solid fencing, not to the street frontages, to the car park in the back. So the street frontage fencing is 1.8 metres high, and that's just the image of that's the perspective there. That's from Amherst, so not Glen Road. So the fencing to both street frontage is visually permeable. It's railings all the way from the ground to 1.8 high, and the acoustic measure is the clear clear sheeting that goes behind the fence. So it is visually permeable. You could actually have a solid fence a solid wall up to 1.2 metres high in Amherst, and on a secondary street frontage, it could be solid up to 1.8. I'm not saying that's necessarily what someone else would do here if it was a house, but I am saying that we have used our best endeavours to make sure that fencing to those play areas is visually permeable from the finished level up to 1.8. Thank you.
Yes, continue with the questions.
So there was a rear lot number 380 on Glen Road, which was where in the noise report it might have mentioned that there was concerns about the HVAC, the noise of that. Would the fencing there be impermeable? Because my understanding is it would be visible from the street. So I suppose I'm trying to understand, is there, you've explained and to satisfaction on the front bit, how does that apply for the rear blocks, which are then simultaneously street facing, trying to mitigate the noise from the HVAC, but then also adjacent houses behind?
Yeah, so the solid fencing to the south of the childcare centre that faces that property to the side. That fence is set back 2 metres off that southern boundary, so it's not right on the boundary. And that's a timberlap solid fence of 2 metres high that runs from, I guess, along the southern edge of the childcare premises along. And then there's another solid fence at the end of the car park, which is further along. But they're both set well off the rear boundary of the property.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there other questions from panel members to this presenter? Yes. We'll go to Prati. I think you've got your hand up as well. Prati first, and then to yourself.
Yes.
Yes, you didn't. I didn't actually hear you talking about the evacuation of using buses to exit as an evacuation. And in your written report, in your submission, you talk about making a 3-point turn on Amherst, which I would like just some clarification on how you expect that to occur.
Thank you. I'll probably leave that to our bushfire consultant who's going to be speaking after me. I'd rather not say something that I'm not really a bushfire expert, but Daniel Paniker will definitely be able to answer all of those questions that you might have.
Thank you.
So I should add that my client is here and can talk about their own strategies about evacuation, which is probably relevant, but perhaps that's a question for when our bushfire consultant is there.
Would you like to?
I'm particularly interested in that particular one where that is used as a strategy of using a bus to make a 3-point turn on Amherst. I have read the bushfire plan and I don't have any questions on that. It is this one that I do have a question on.
Would you like to hear from the centre operator, owner?
The applicant, sorry, but I work, sorry. Hello, councillor. I work with the owner of the business who would be the operator, but we're also the owners and the developers of the site as well. So I'm their representative here.
Thank you. Would you like to hear a response?
Yes, I would like to understand how this looks like in practice.
So councillor, to respond, we haven't yet obviously locked in specific buses that would attend to the site. We're open to looking at various different options such as mini buses. Part of what we're looking at, and obviously the bushfire evacuation plan would have to be signed off by the Shire prior to occupation, and that's one of the proposed conditions in the planning officer's approval. So there's a few items to finalise. Part of what we're looking at is options as the owner and operator as well, to have greater facilities on site direct through staff and being able to drive and with people carriers or mini buses. So it's not a bus in the sense of what you might have been thinking, and maybe in one of the original reports, the 85-seater, that's obviously not what we're considering here.
So then in that case, if you're not considering an 85-seater, are you considering a number of buses, smaller buses?
Possibly, all to be agreed with operators. And I think as somebody had said before, with sufficient time, one of bus operators feel that they could assist and access the site, or alternatively, if it's more efficient and the Shire would prefer that it's just one bus or two buses, Glen Road is an option as well, subject to agreement with the Shire.
That response does not make me very comfortable, but I will leave it at that.
Sure.
Any further questions from panel members at this junction?
Presiding member?
Yes.
Yes. A clarification, please. In your presentation, you've got the 3 renders of showing the proposed building. When you look at the DA plans, they present differently. Not that they are different, but they present differently. You talked about the relationship to the street and the levels. Those 3 renders, I think, in my view, it starts to fit in with what is reasonable from a streetscape. The retaining is not significant, the fencing is not significant. There's a degree of landscaping that tends to blend in with what's on the street. So can you confirm the DA plans are the same?
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, these renders were produced from the CAD drawings that the designer prepared for the architectural drawings. And that's not unusual. I mean, you look at elevations, they're flat. They're not that, they're accurate, but they're not always realistic. because they're flat. So the renders give you more of that 3D perspective. I mean, that's the one from the corner on the side, and it does fall away. But if you look at the elevation there, then yes, certainly at that southern end, it reads more as a slightly higher building at that southern end.
So
But
essentially,
they're accurate.
the working drawings, I can understand why there is community concern, because they represent differently in terms of what the final outcome might be.
Well, one set is a technical working drawing with 2D elevations, and from that we've produced the 3D coloured renders.
And the 3D allows us to bring in obviously the landscaping
Yeah.
plan as well.
Yeah, okay. So as I said, all I really wanted to understand is that what's proposed is consistent with what those renders are. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes.
So then, do you have any renders? I suppose that most of the concerns then seem to be from the Glen Road side, or even not just the Glen Road going downhill where it becomes Leafdale, but where it's round. So do you have any renders of that view?
No, just the 3 that were in my submission to you.
Did you have any further questions?
Yeah, as I mentioned, but we're not disputing at the southern end. It reads as more than a one-storey building. It does. The land falls away. So the wall height at that southern end is just under 6 metres. It's equivalent to 2 stories, which is not dissimilar to the southern wing of the Darlington Primary School facing Amherst.
So would the impression, coupled with my earlier question about the fencing, be that it would be this 2 metre solid fencing that's it goes up the hill, and then it has the retained section of the veranda as a big fence veranda building?
Well, the solid fence is to the side of the building, so that would sit at that lower level of the building above.
But there's a corner, I suppose, where, do you mind?
There you go.
Jim, because there's this corner block here where it's simultaneously, there's the street view of what's the corner there. So would it then be, you know, you're talking about this, but then what's visible there?
I'm not sure I understand the
Apologies to
question.
panel members. So where there's the corner of Glen Road and Glen Road, so where's your approach Leafdale? What is the fence that you're seeing as you start coming up Leafdale towards the Glen Road intersection?
You'd see the visually permeable fence on the street boundary. And
the Glen Road street boundary.
Yeah. And then set back behind that is this is the drawings. So that's the southern boundary. So the timberlap fence is along that area there.
Yep.
2 metres off the southern boundary. The visually permeable fence is here, set off the boundary at this little bit there. So I think if you were standing there at the bottom corner and you looked, yeah, you'd see a solid fence running adjacent to the building. Yeah.
Any further questions? Any other questions from panel members? If not, thank you for your presentation. We now move to Daniel Pinnicker.
Hi, it's Daniel Pinnicker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to present. I'm speaking against the Shire's recommendation for refusal, so I am supporting the proposed development. You've read my submission. In brief, I am a level 3 BPAD practitioner engaged as a sub-consultant by Ecological Australia to review their bushfire management plan and emergency evacuation plan. I have 14 years experience and a postgraduate qualification in bushfire protection. I'd like to respond to the bushfire planning matters identified by the Shire of Mundaring for refusal. The BMP and evacuation plan are prepared through collaborative process involving the proponent, external peer review by an independent external level 3 bushfire practitioner, advice and comments from DFAs, and consultation with the Shire's planning officers and community emergency services management teams. I'd like to thank the Shire's planning officers and community emergency services management team for collaborating with us and coming up with an outcome that has resulted in the changes to the approved to the bushfire management plan and evacuation plan that were submitted. The Shire's reason 1 for refusal is slightly confusing, so I have tried to interpret it as best I can. Bushfire safety is cited as a reason for refusal. The Shire refers to a BAL 19 construction standard of the childcare centre. This is incorrect. The update to Bushfire Management Plan clearly demonstrates the building will be built to BAL 29 with a BAL 12.5 exposure that was validated by another independent level 3 BPAD practitioner. I'm unsure what the Shire referred to in regards to moderate exposure in regards to bushfire risk, but would refer the Shire to their own bushfire hazard level mapping that is on the Shire's website that demonstrates while the site is surrounded by extreme bushfire risk, it is located in an area situated within moderate bushfire hazard level. The Shire also states that one access route is provided to the development. The BMP addresses that whilst the development is located on Amherst Road, it is within 50 metres of the intersection of Amherst and Glen Road. State Planning Policy 3.7 and the guidelines actually allow for compliant development to be located on cul-de-sacs and dead-end roads, provided they are less than 200 metres from a 2A intersection. The development fully complies with SFP 3.7 and the guidelines in this aspect, in that it provides access to 3 suitable destinations rather than to 2. Opposition to these developments can tend to over-exaggerate bushfire risk and fundamentally misunderstand bushfire evacuation planning. I'd like to point out that the site is exposed to a moderate bushfire hazard level risk and BAL 12.5 with a BAL 29 construction standard that has been independently validated. I'd also like to point out that we are not assuming 5 hours notification for a fire to arrive. I am fully aware that a fire could have onset on the site within 5 hours. That 5 hours is a very conservative evacuation time that we have built in to understand how long it would take to evacuate the site. That has the 15 minutes notification and arrival time, as noted by another presenter, however, has a significant safety factor multiplied on it at the end to result in 5 hours. This follows WAPC position on bushfire emergency evacuation. That does not allow us to consider on-site shelter as a primary option. We must always consider off-site evacuation, which is what the bushfire emergency evacuation plan has done. We then consider on-site shelter as a fallback option in a BAL 29 constructed building. Importantly, the bushfire emergency plan also adopts the same closure trigger as Darlington Primary School, in that under catastrophic fire danger conditions or when a fire behaviour index is above 75, the childcare centre will be shut down and there will be no children on site at these extreme danger periods of time. I've been working on childcare centres in bushfire prone areas for over 10 years and I've never had any issues with buses being nominated as evacuation. What the Trish has noted as the childcare operator is that numerous bus options are being investigated for use to evacuate, and this will be finalised in an updated beat that the Shire of Mundaring will sign off on, as well as an operational plan detailing evacuation drills as well. I ask the panel to approve the application on the grounds of bushfire risk, and thank you for listening. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you for your presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions to this presenter? Sorry, yes, over to yourself.
Just a couple. Thank you, presiding person. So I may have misheard, but I thought you referenced that the childcare centre would be shut down in the case of extreme bushfire risk, whereas that wasn't in the bushfire management plan or evacuation plan. And I remember asking of Shire officers why that wasn't considered, and they said that it was deemed not necessary. So can you please clarify, on days of extreme fire risk, will the childcare centre not operate as is the practice for schools in bushfire prone zone?
You're correct. The triggers in the bushfire emergency evacuation plan state that the childcare centre will be shut down under catastrophic fire danger conditions and an FBI greater than 75.
Members, do you have further questions? Yes.
Thank you, presiding member. 2 questions. Mr. Panico, I think you made a comment about the building being certified by another practitioner. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. So, sorry, go.
Yeah, the extent of the involvement of that other practitioner, was it simply to certify the BAL rating, or was it for more than that?
It was to certify the bell rating, to independently verify the bell rating.
Okay, so thank you for that. The other question was around DFIS and DFIS position on the BMP and the emergency evacuation plan. Can you just confirm what your understanding is of DFIS position?
Sorry, can you repeat that? It dropped out of my headphones for a second.
Yeah, it was more understanding what DFIS position is on the BMP and the emergency evacuation plan.
My understanding was DFIS had concerns with the evacuation plan and the bushfire management plan, as they typically do. There were some concerns around the vegetation classification, as they typically raise, that were addressed and then independently verified by a level 3 BPAD practitioner. I am going to defer to the Shire to answer that question in more detail. My understanding is the concerns that DFIS have raised were addressed, and that was addressed in our consultation meeting with the Shire's planning officers and Community Emergency Services Manager.
Yeah, thank you. I will direct the question to the Shire's officers when we get to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to yourself. What questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to know what the shelter in place involves.
Yeah.
That's a good question. So shelter in place is effectively, I mean, the broad principle is where there isn't enough time to evacuate or it is unable to be done, so we will bunker down in the building itself. Now, what is typically done, or there are multiple options for shelter in place. You can shelter in an open air area or an open air covered area, but that has significant dangers in regards to smoke inhalation, heat exposure, and the like. You can shelter in a purpose-built community refuge building, or you can shelter in a appropriately designed bushfire attack level rating building. So for the purposes of this childcare centre, we went with a building that was designed to 2 bell ratings higher than what the determined bell rating was as an appropriate shelter in place. So what that would entail, and the bushfire emergency evacuation plan goes through this, is effectively sealing windows and doors. There will be appropriate water on site. There will be supervision for children, and effectively they will be waiting in an appropriately designed building for the fire front to pass, and effectively in a building where minimising smoke inhalation, a building that minimises smoke exposure.
Any further questions from panel members at this juncture? Yes.
Just 2, if I may. So one is in regards to the bow rating, it's been referenced a few times that it was the required bow was 12.5, it was independently verified, but you were building too higher. But when I was in the council meeting, there was a statement made that actually that assessment was done on the basis of the area being jarrah forest, not eucalypt, and therefore the actual required bow rating is higher. And that has then been some of the basis for independent feedback then saying, okay, it should be a higher standard and therefore it would be incorrect to say that it's too higher than what is. Can you respond to, is it actually a 12.5? Is this assessment done based on interlocking canopies of eucalypt? And what then is the basis?
Yeah, I can respond. Can I just ask you to clarify, if I may? You mentioned it wasn't jarrah forest, it was eucalypt forest, that they are one and the same. So I'm just trying to understand what the concerning factor was so I can respond to that.
My understanding was it mentioned that it was in the right tree. It was modelled as though it was more one of the southern forests that therefore was a slower burn, and actually and perhaps Shire officers can correct if I'm correctly, but it was the tree type that was modelled was a slower burn, and therefore when that was corrected, it led to the higher rating when adjusting for the site-specific vegetation.
That makes sense. I guess, look, in simple terms, we have undertaken a bowel assessment that doesn't differentiate in the vegetation type at all. Effectively, we have referred to Australian Standard 3959, and that doesn't take into consideration the northern jarrah forest or the southern jarrah forest or the southern Walpole forest either. It effectively lumps them all together into one category, and that's the Australian Standard Convention, and that's what we've used. There are conflicting without going down a rabbit hole of science, there are conflicting opinions on whether an appropriate fire model for WA is in the Australian standard, and there are views that the Australian standard overestimates the risk, and views that say it underestimates the risk. We tend to ignore that and just go, this is what the Australian standard has and is adopted by the Australian Fire and Emergency Services Council, and we just go with that. I hope that answers your question.
Might ask a bit of officers. The second question I had was in terms of the access. So you mentioned that it wasn't required. The 3.7 of the fire planning doesn't. It provided that it's 200 metres from a two-way intersection. Therefore, it isn't needed that there's two accesses. Noting that could still. There have been submissions that it can be a congested intersection. Was any consideration made for an emergency access gate so that either the rear of Glen Road or the other adjacent face of Glen Road could be used to evacuate in case of an emergency?
That's a very good question. Look, you're right. The state planning policy and guidelines do effectively consider development compliant where it is within 200 metres of two-way access. If it's on a dead-end road, it doesn't take into account congestion. We cannot take into account congestion in our bushfire assessment either. I can defer to Marina, who may have some more comments on traffic there. We are, and look, these emergency evacuation plans are live documents. We are still consulting with the operator and the developer about a potential for access onto Glen Road to allow evacuation by buses on there, and I believe that detail will be provided to the Shire for them to certify prior to occupancy. So whatever the Shire is after in that setting, I'm not the developer, but I suspect the developer will be quite flexible in their approach to meet the Shire's requirements.
Are you referring to pedestrian exit to Glen Road? We discussed that before. It came up at council, if you don't mind me asking. We have no issue with a pedestrian emergency gate on Glen Road, if that's what you're alluding to.
A means by which the occupants could be evacuated to a different streetscape. So it might not be that a car's driving in from Glen Road, but actually just a way that it doesn't have to be that the bus goes down Amherst, that there is actually a way to get pedestrians.
Yeah, it's a pedestrian gate. I find there's no problem at all with a gate being installed on the front. If that's what you're referring to, a pedestrian egress.
We've spoken to we've spoken to the architect, and there's no issues with having a pedestrian gate going onto Glen Road.
Sorry, you just might speak a bit clearer for the people online. You may need to come just a fraction forward so they can hear online.
We've spoken to our architect after this was raised at the council meeting and asked about a pedestrian access, emergency pedestrian gate onto Glen Road. And the architect has no issues, and that's something that could be included as a condition of approval.
Thank you. Any further questions from panel members to this presenter? Thank you. We will move to our last presenter, Marina Kelwig, and I've probably said it incorrect again.
Claywig.
Thank you.
Not a problem at all. Marina Claywig of Premise, formerly KCTT, traffic and transport consultant on this project with over a decade and a half of experience in this line of work. I am sure that the panel members had a chance to read my deputation, and I won't be reading through it again. I would try to be as brief as humanly possible. Firstly, what we have here, do you mind if my slides are shown?
They're just putting them up on the screen for you.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Yeah, so next, please. Next, please. I will, as I said, I will try to be brief and stick to the facts. So the facts are that Amherst Avenue is classified by main roads as access road, and under the same classification, the desirable capacity is up to 3,000 vehicles per day. Glen Road is classified under the same classification by main roads of Western Australia as a local distributor road, and it under the same classification, the capacity is deemed to be 6,000 vehicles per day. We know that the Shire of Mundaring undertook traffic counts in November last year that quite clearly show that Amherst Avenue carries on average 623 vehicles per day on a weekday. No school holidays, no public holidays. That is what happens there. That is approximately 21% of legal capacity as main roads of Western Australia have assessed it. The traffic that this particular childcare centre would also contribute is about 8%. So we have about 70% of capacity that is determined by main roads of Western Australia. The Shire's counts as well show quite clearly that the vehicles are travelling at speed limit or below speed limit, which is, as what the Shire also mentioned, quite unusual for this type of the road, which means that the people are actually sticking to speed limit, to variable speed limits. The crossover for this particular development is approximately 40 meters from the curb return of the intersection. In that space, there is no residential driveway. So the traffic that is accessing this particular development, going in and out, will not be impacting any of the residential driveways. Could we please go to the next slide? Yeah, and next. So we have I will address 2 out of 4 reasons for refusal. The first one is 25% increase in peak hour vehicle movement. Frankly, I am not sure on what grounds that constitutes a reason for refusal, because from the traffic engineering perspective, we tend to look at stuff in more absolute numbers. This is the capacity, how many vehicles we're adding, are we over the capacity or not? 25% is relative term. Pedestrian safety, the proposed accessway 20 meter from the corner of Distributor Road. This is not something that I understood, but it is a little bit confusing. Which accessway, if we're talking about the driveway, it's not really 20 meters, etc. And I understand that there are more than 200 vehicles in peak hour that is induced by school traffic. So can we please go to the next slide? Yes, so I understand that there is the impact that is discussed is related primarily to school traffic. School traffic has different patterns than childcare centre traffic. School traffic has very condensed peak times that are not 1 hour, but closer to half an hour to 20 minutes, where in the morning when people come to drop their kids off, they tend to form a slow moving queue. It is not, you don't need to be an expert in there. You just need to have a kids and drop it off to school. You can just take them out, particularly if they're upper primary. The queues in the morning tend to be slow moving. The queues in the afternoon tend to be a bit more problematic because you need to wait in line when you to have your child to accept your child when they're released from their class, and you don't know when that's going to happen. So I understand that concern. However, all of the images that were shown are taken at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and as what we've heard as well, the queues can extend to 3:45. However, the peak pickup time for the childcare centres is typically starts from 4:30. And this is not my imagination. This is years and years of working with different childcare centre providers. And as well, Trish, who is in there with you guys, can confirm that. This is simply reviewing sign-in and sign-out sheets. The peak time is regularly for childcare centres in period from 4:30 to 5:30. That's when the most parents come to pick up their children. And this is well outside of school traffic. Can we go to the next slide, please? There were some discussions about the pedestrian safety, etc. As I said, the reason for refusal was a little bit unclear what this pertains to exactly. The parking arrangement is in line with Australian standards, typical as can be for a childcare centre. The client here has access on Amherst Ave that goes from the existing pedestrian path, pedestrian access for anyone who will come across and walk up to the centre. They've just mentioned that they are open to opening a pedestrian gate to Glen Road as well. So I was not quite clear with what is happening, where the concern sits. So, and again, in saying, with all of the perception that this area is unsafe and congested, the Main Roads portal that collects all of the data on crash incidents in this particular, everywhere in Western Australia, shows that there was not one single recorded crash within 100 meters of either of these intersections. Not one in 100 meters. So I do understand the perception. We're talking about near misses in car park. That is a different topic. However, based on the record, and if we stick to the facts and we look at things objectively, this area does not have inherent safety issues, because if it did have, there would be a crash record of it. I believe that I have covered most of this. Could you please go to the next slide? And the slide after, please. We have very, very typical sized childcare centre that will generate an acceptable amount of traffic, that provides car parking in line with the Shire's recommendations. The Shire's officers have commented several times that they have no concerns regarding traffic impact and parking, because the client has complied with everything that was requested from them. The crossover is positioned so that no other residential crossover on Amherst Avenue is impacted by childcare centre traffic. We would respectfully request you to support the officer's recommendation and grant the approval to this development. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions to this presenter? Yes.
Two questions, each relating to each of the issues with the council recommendation and then your presentation. So the council had recommended a reason for refusal being the pedestrian safety and the turn of vehicle movements per hour. So on page 118 of the report, which I think was 17 of the traffic assessment report, it notes that where there's over 200 vehicle movements per hour, that WA Police recommended traffic crossing attendant, but it felt that that was a problem of the school, not of the development.
That is correct.
So my question is that given the nature of the school is that the cars will turn around and then do a drop off on the opposite side of the road, will not this development then create a lot more instead pedestrian movements, where one would imagine parents would drop off their children at daycare, park in the daycare, and therefore now there's going to be movements from the daycare to the school where there wasn't previously? And if so, which I take that as a given, that people will park in the daycare and now there will be new pedestrian movements from the daycare to the school, how is that pedestrian safety mitigated and considered in this assessment?
Okay, so firstly, the report mentions that there should be if the school is concerned about that, given that we are talking about the school site, the pedestrian survey should be conducted. So if there is an issue, if the number of pedestrians and the number of vehicular movements meet certain thresholds, the school can apply for the guarded crossing. That's fairly simple. So yes, 200 vehicular movements in peak hour is one of the thresholds. However, the number of pedestrian movements is another. So what we need to remember here is that this is and this is slow moving vehicles. And this is not my wishful thinking. That's what traffic counts show that the Shire of Mundaring has collected. They're not speeding, they're not racing. And as what you've mentioned, they are actually queuing in to drop the kids off. So I would assume that if a parent is taking if a parent is taking a child to the childcare center and then taking them to school, they would drop the child off to the childcare center and help their child cross the road, get them to the school grounds. That is not, I don't think that is that different from any other urban environment scenario.
Any further questions? Yes.
So the second was the question relating to the peak traffic of 25%. So that peak, there was the direction for further information on page 16 of that. It includes the Shire provided traffic data for Amherst Avenue, which notes the nearly 240 vehicle movements in the morning drop-off. And then in the evening drop-off, you can see that it's a much lower peak. And you can see that phenomenon that you've described, whereby the movement's going westbound into the school. There's a stagger of half an hour, which is causing the queuing and the waiting. So fully acknowledge that in the presentation that you've given. And also acknowledge that you've said that the daycare pickup times are therefore after that and not going to contribute to that congested traffic there. My question is, because the morning drop-off times, like noted by your own traffic assessment report, coincide with the morning peak, and therefore there would then be the vehicle movements in there at the corner of the road, would that was sort of the concern that would lead to now this congestion issue in the morning. So because there's now going to be that phenomenon of waiting, of vehicles coming in, of these pedestrian movements, is there any way, and I understand you said your assessments are based on absolute terms, i.e. there's 3,000 vehicle movements allowed on an access road, it's well below that. Is there any way that your traffic assessment considers this morning peak where there's adding new vehicle movements into the flow of cars for the school morning drop-off?
If you're talking about whether we've done CIDRA analysis, no, we haven't. We haven't been requested to do that. If you're asking whether this particular development will contribute to congestion, the best way to determine that is CIDRA analysis. But in this instance, I don't think that it was of anyone's concern, because in the RFI document that was provided by the Shire of Mundaring yesterday, I believe, basically it was said that exiting on Glen Road onto Glen Road had little delay, with calculated average delay of less than 2 seconds. So whether they have timed the delay, I'm not sure how they've got to that information, but hopefully we can get the information. The two most reliable ways to do it is, one, to actually measure physical delay and then calculate the average delay, or to do modeling. We have not been asked to do modeling. When vehicles are queuing in to get into the childcare center, they will just turn off right off. That's the first crossover. And yes, they can wait for a gap in a line to turn right out and go back onto, because they will not go down Amherst Avenue. We all concluded that's a cul-de-sac. Now, in a report, it shows that the peak time for drop-offs in childcare center, again, as evidenced by sign-in sheets, not just from the proponent, but from a number of other childcare center providers that we worked for over a decade or more, is from 7:30 to 8:30. So that's the peak. So that only slightly can overlap with the school morning traffic. Yes, there will be some other kids dropped off in that period, but it's not that. What I'm saying is that morning peak between childcare center and school only partially overlaps. It is not a full overlap. And again, childcare drop-off period is 2 hours long. It is not 20 minutes. It is not condensed like school drop-off. It's simply, they operate differently. Yes, they are, you can consider them an educational establishment, has kids that need to be dropped off, but they do not function in the same way when you look in traffic terms.
Are there any other questions from panel members? Thank you for your presentation. At this juncture, before we go to officers, I'm going to move a procedural motion for a comfort break. We have been going for a number of hours now. Is there a seconder for a procedural motion? It is seconded. Tony Arias. All those in favour? It is carried for a comfort break, and will probably only be 5 minutes for people in the room and listening online. It is, for the minute taker, 3:23 p.m. Thank you. We have all 5 members back in the room. The time is 3:28. We will be returning to the meeting. We are now going to officers. Are officers online?
Resume.
I was resuming the meeting at 3:28.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I'm here, but I'm still waiting for our traffic engineer to come back.
Okay. Well, we will start. Do you know how long your traffic engineer will be?
Unfortunately not, no. So, I mean, I can pause it and I'll be like 30 seconds if I'm
Brilliant.
allowed to.
Thank you. Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
No worries. I'll be as quick as I can.
Thank you.
It could be a personal question.
Pardon?
It could be a personal question. How long?
Well, we have Tom online.
Certainly brainstorming a bit of Shire. Cool.
It's like one of those superimposed.
Apologies for that.
Welcome back. And it looks like there's now 2 of
Yes.
you in the room.
Yeah, we're both here now.
Okay, if you just want to introduce yourself, and then I'm going to hand over to yourself to provide comments both on the RA, in response to anything you've heard, and then we will go to questions to yourselves and is it in the other room, Tom and Jamie? But I'll get all of you to introduce yourself before going to yourselves to speak.
So I'll start with myself. My name's Andrew Bratsley. I'm the Shire's coordinator of statutory planning.
I'm Jim Polinelli, Manager Design and Assets.
Thank you.
I'm Tom Bellinger. I'm the Acting Chief Bushfire Control Officer for DFES, which is for the Shire of Mundaring, and beside me is Jamie O'Neill, who is usually the Chief Bushfire Control Officer for Mundaring.
Thank you. Over to yourself, Andrew. Would you like to continue making comment on the RA and any submissions? So, any comments on what you've heard so far?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as part of the assessment process, Shire officers had regards to the matters listed under clause 67 of the planning regulations. And that obviously involved having regards to all the submissions received, which Shire officers acknowledge. Following on from the conclusion of the advertising period, numerous discussions and meetings were had between Shire officers, the applicants, the landowner, their consultants, and also the state departments and agencies, including DFES. Overall, Shire officers are satisfied that the proposal which has been presented to DAP today adequately addresses the state and local planning framework. Amongst other matters, in terms of the scale, appearance and height of the building, it's considered to be generally typical what you would expect on a residential property of this size, having regards to the LPS4 local planning policies and also the state planning policies as well. Although, obviously we again acknowledge the concerns that are raised. Also, from a bushfire perspective, I won't touch on that too much. I'll leave that to Tom in a moment. But the building is proposed to be built to a higher standard, so to a higher BAL rating, which goes beyond what is expected under the bushfire legislation. And again, as the applicant's consultant has already touched on, in terms of the location as well, it is something which is encouraged under the Shire's childcare premises local planning policy, and also the WAPC's position statement in terms of encouraging such uses close to schools.
Thank you. Tom, did you wish to make any comments as well?
Look, I'm obviously happy to answer any questions that we can. I just need to make clear that Jamie and I are operational firefighters or senior firefighters and not part of DFS land use planning, so it would be unfair for me to try and answer questions on their behalf.
Thank you. Any other comments you wish to provide from the Shire at this juncture? Or do you wish us to go to questions now? Okay, members, do you have questions to any of the officers present today?
I do have a
Yes,
question.
over to yourself. We'll go to Jean, and then we're over to Practi for questions. Over to yourself.
Yes, there's mention about Amherst and Glen Road intersection being dangerous and sightlines being not up to standard. What comment do you make about that? And if there is a problem with sightlines, which direction is it from?
As far as the direction that contributes to the problem with sightlines, it's to the north as you come out of Amherst, because it is a reverse curve, so it goes back around, which you cannot see. So that's why in the first section along the Darlington Primary School, there is no parking on that side of the road to open up the sight distance and give vehicles exiting Amherst Road enough clear view to the left. To the right, it does go down in grade and it curves off in line with the view of the driver, so we don't have too many problems with the southward view out of Amherst Avenue.
Okay, another question. The blocking of driveways, that occurs quite a bit apparently, but and we've seen evidence of that. Is there any process of line marking to keep driveways unblocked?
Currently in place are bays marked for use, and those that aren't marked for use are obviously the driveways. So there's no tick marks, as we call them, that run parallel to the road. So you have a bay marking that comes out right angles to the curb, and then a tick mark that shows you the direction in which a bay can be occupied. If there was no double tick mark, you can't park on both sides of it, so the crossovers are left open. It's a driver behaviour is to pay attention to these cues and park within the bays that are enveloped, not left open.
And that's in Amherst as well?
There's not too many down Amherst because one side of the road is set for parking, which is the school side or the north side. The southern side, there is no parking at all because that is the access in and out along that road. So there's no parking on the south side at all permitted, which is where the residents are.
Oh, from photos, you see they're parked on both sides.
They parked up on the verge behind the curb. So if we were to sign it, it would be no parking on road or verge. They have choices. So if someone is not allowed to park on the road, they're allowed to park on the verge. If the owner doesn't wish for them to park on their verge, they can ask drivers not to do that, or they can enact things like garden bays and so forth like that, which would make parking on the verge impossible to do.
Okay, and I'll continue the theme of the road, Amherst. It's a 6 metre wide pavement. Is it flush curb?
From memory, it is a semi-mountable curb.
Semi-mountable, okay. Is that consistent with the width of roads adjacent to other primary schools?
6 metres or 6.4 metres is a standard road width for a local access road. Roads that have greater classifications that are usually wider. If you're looking at putting parking on both sides, you look at widening a road out to 7.4 or 9 metres wide, and that way you can accommodate even more street parking. So 6 metres is pretty much standard for most roads. Normally, if you were going to put parallel parking, on-road or off-road, then you would widen those roads to accommodate it.
Okay. And probably to you, Andrew, in regard to the demand for childcare centres, does the state planning policy, council planning policy require a demand analysis to be lodged with a development application for childcare?
Not in this particular area, no. If it had been an activity centre, then yes, there is some grounds to require one, but not on a residential property.
Okay.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry, over to Prac, do you have questions?
Yes, and I think that is to Tom or Jamie. It's about the sheltering in place part of the evacuation. I just wanted to understand, with the size of the room which they are proposing to use for that sheltering, would that be adequate for that many children, that many adults, and how long could they shelter there safely?
Yeah, I think I can't comment on the size of the room, but what I can say is that the Shire and DFS work with local schools, and that although leave early is always should be the primary plan, shelter in place is I'd say the more practical option in the really realistic case of a bushfire. We're not going to have 5 hours to plan or for buses, etc. Jamie, did you have?
So just to add to that, if the shelter in place, the room needs to be big enough to house the appropriate number of personnel or students or children, whatever is at the centre. So if it's a shelter in place is the preferred option, as it is with schools, because of the timing of bushfires and so forth, then it needs to be big enough to house those students.
Any further?
So I suppose the question would be to our planning officers: are they convinced that that space is adequate and it will provide that safety that we are looking for?
Having referred the application to DFS as part of the assessment process and spoken to our community safety and emergency management officers, Shire officers are satisfied that the size is of adequate size in this circumstance.
Right. And how long would... No, I suppose that's not an question you can answer. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, would you like questions?
Yes. So I have 2 for Tom and Jamie, and then 1 for Andrew. So actually, I'll probably just go to Andrew. That'll be the quickest. When I was talking about the widening of the road, questions from Eugene, my understanding is that wouldn't be possible if required because, like most of Darlington, Amherst has open drainage, and much of the street actually doesn't have any curbs. So if there were any requirement here that there is actually that there's ditches adjacent to much of the road, can you just comment on that, please?
Yes, with the open drains that run, or the gutters that run along most of the uncurbed roads or curbed roads, they usually have spillways into them. If you were going to widen, we would have a lot of concern about the number of trees that would have to be taken out to supply a widening. So we'd have clearing permits that we'd have to go through a DPLH. We'd also have to go through and either reconstruct the road to a one-way crossfall away from the parking, or we would need to build drainage system, pit and pipe system under there to be able to trap the open flow, overland flow within the pipe system to go into other streets in Glen Road and take it way to the south, which is the natural direction of fall through that area. So there would be significant expense in piping the drains to be able to widen the road, and then we may have problems with clearing permits.
Okay, thank you. And the questions to Jamie and Tom. So there's 2. One is regarding, there was a statement in one of the submissions that Darlington Volunteer Bushfire Brigaders, because this is a entrapment zone, said we wouldn't actually respond if there were a fire in this area. Can you just respond to that claim in one of the submissions that the local volunteer brigade wouldn't defend this area? As they said, it's an indefensible location.
Yeah, look, I think that's probably one individual's interpretation. If a triple O call was made, then emergency services respond.
Okay. And the supplementary to that then is, I'm just trying to understand, in terms of there does seem to be a lot of discrepancy between the submissions, what's verbally said by Darlington Volunteer Bushfire Brigade, and then some of the information. The surrounding vegetation, in terms of determining the requirements for the BAL rating, including that of the shelter in place, is it classified that the surrounding area, including that towards away from the school, is actually low, moderate sort of vegetation? And therefore, is there any, because people may have better maintained or worse maintained their blocks, is there any assessment that's done that says if there's increased vegetation because someone to the south hasn't maintained their blocks, then that changes the risk? So I suppose what's the sensitivity to the BAL rating, and with regards to the surrounding properties, which could be variable, and the report seems to note that it's low vegetation, whereas aerial photographs do seem to note a lot of interlocking tree canopies.
It's a very broad question. Look, I'm not a BAL assessor for a start. I mean, I would say that Darlington in general is an extreme bushfire risk area. Whether you look at site specific, that gets done by a BAL assessor. So
yeah, I think what, sorry, I was speaking of triple zero calls, sorry, I had to go on answer a phone related to a triple zero call. But regarding the BAL assessments, so they are, I think there is a certain level of subjectivity to those. What I would say is that having a quick flick through some BAL assessments, and the one at a local school recently with an extension done was built to BAL 29 as well. Again, I'm not a BAL assessor myself, operational responder usually, but perhaps the consultants may be able to provide further comment on that.
So I understood that the school's shelter in place was built to a BAL 40, and some deputations have noted the surrounding residences are built to a BAL 40. So I'm just trying to understand, you know, it seems that the surrounding areas are being built to a higher BAL. Are they just being overly conservative, or is there?
I can't answer those. Those are undertaken in site specific. The BAL assessment that was undertaken for the site was confirmed by another assessor, and that the developer has agreed to build to two, or rather the consultant has committed to build to 2 steps above that assessed rating, which is similar to or the same rating as a nearby extension on a school.
Any further questions? Thank you. I have a question to Jim. My question, we've had a lot of conversation regarding traffic movement in the area, traffic congestion in the area. Can you advise the Shire's position? I have a copy of the RAR and the material here. Can you advise the Shire's position in relation to any concerns you have for traffic movement and or congestion on these 2 roads that are most affected by, that the proposal is most interactive with, and the impact of this development? That's the first question on that road network. And the second question is, do you hold any opinions or views from an engineering perspective about traffic controls based on some of the concerns that you've heard about congestion on those roads, or are there peak periods in your assessment? What was the impact of the peak periods over the general road movement? So
the peak periods, the morning peak period was quite subtle and over an extended period of time, and that's where the 2-second access wait time from Amherst onto Glen was calculated from, because there weren't the congestion supplied by people getting there early and getting prime spots waiting for their children to come out of school. So the ones that get there early, nice up in front, and then slowly that then starts to build out from that area. So as people get along later in the day or later in the hour or half hour before school breaks open, those people are parking further and further away. So the morning is not a big concern to the Shire in that sense. There is still good access from Amherst to get back out onto Glen Road. There's no problem there. The evening or the afternoon peak it is a concern at every primary school, high school, any school in suburban Perth. We know it is a flash in the pan. It takes 30 minutes, 40 minutes for that to clear. But it builds up gradually, where people, like I said before, start right next to the school and then build up in queues and parking bays and parking spots and anywhere they can park like that. The Shire has done a lot of roadworks along Glen Road to try and accommodate that. There is also the bus parking bay for their use directly out the front of the school itself that is used by other people during the day. But when the school bus is required to use it, that space is available. So that was transferred from Amherst to Glen. Presently, there is no proposed road redesign works for the next 10 years on our long-term financial plan. We don't see it being any different to any other primary school. What it needs is monitoring and signage and appropriate parking, which has been built for the turnaround up at the end of Amherst. So at present, there is no future plans to change any road layouts on those two roads.
In the context of what you've just said, can you elaborate, thank you for that, in terms of the existing circumstances. Could you provide some commentary? I know your RA has referred to this, the impact of the development on the road network and particularly on congestion. You've heard today and in the material that applicant has indicated there are differing times for school and childcare. I'd be interested in your comment from a traffic or a movement perspective. And do you have any, are you raising any particular engineering concerns for safety and movement as a result of additional movements associated with the proposed development?
With the proposed movements created by the development, they are slow moving because of the congestion in the area. One good thing about congestion is nobody's moving quickly. Everybody's aware of the location. They're aware of the timeframes in which this congestion is held. It would be very difficult for the Shire to go and spend an inordinate amount of money to try and fix a very small epoch of time to be able to change the circumstances around it. What we try and do is ease what is happening out there, allow through traffic movements, because not everybody's going to the school. There are other drivers, motorists on the road that are using that network to get to other locations. So we need to be able to keep it free and moving as much as possible. As far as future works go, the timeframes with the works being put in place, I would concur with the traffic consultancy in that a lot of people are using childcare because they're dropping their children off before they get to work, and most people's workplaces start earlier than school's time frame. So this average school is 9 till 3. A lot of people are getting to work at 8:30, 9 o'clock themselves, and they've got travel distance to do that. So I tend to find that the development itself will be before the AM peak and definitely well after the PM peak, when people are starting to collect their children in those locations. If people have school students and they have young people, 0 to 5 years old, then having them both at those locations means that the older child would end up going to after school care, and that person wouldn't be picking that child up in the standard PM peak from 3 to 4 o'clock or 2:30 to 3:30. So I tend to think the development itself will slightly lessen the effect of the peaks, but I don't see it as adding to the peaks, especially the PM peak.
And now my question to you, Andrew, you have already spoken about amenity, and we've heard, and in the submissions, a lot about the local amenity and character and heritage of the area. Can you please provide some commentary in relation to, and I appreciate that development can change some of those aspects that are currently there. Could you please provide commentary in that context, but specifically in relation to what your scheme and your planning provisions allow in relation to form, both built form and scale, as well as things like setback and design provisions? So I'm broadening the response from you, but all of those elements obviously tap into what character is. We have existing character and amenity. What do your provisions specifically say about that, i.e. design guidelines, all those other things I've cited? And I know from the documentation you've made commentary about this development in the context of its local area. Over to yourself.
Yep. So mainly our local planning scheme deals with building appearance and bulk for such uses. Our local planning policy on childcare premises touches on it briefly in terms of it expects childcare premises to be residential in appearance. Under our scheme specifically, the objectives for residential zoning talks about residential development which is compatible with surrounding land uses and offering a mixture of different sized buildings as well. Under the scheme provisions in relation to residential zoned properties specifically, it does stipulate setbacks as well as site coverage for non-residential type uses. And in circumstances where they're proposed to be varied, we would have regards to clause 67 of the regulations, as well as, I suppose in this case, also the R codes. And I know they're not specifically applicable to single dwellings, but I think they're important, or we think they're important in terms of the appearance of such developments. So under our scheme, if you just excuse me, it talks about from the front, the primary street, a 10-metre setback, secondary street, 7.5, and side and rear, 7.5 metres. But again, I mentioned if there was any variations to that, as well as the regulations we'd have regards to. I suppose the applicable design principles of the R codes would carry some weight as well. And in this case, like I touched on earlier, we're satisfied that the scale and appearance and also height of this building adequately addresses the state planning framework. In terms of building height, it does state 10 metres. Admittedly, it doesn't say where that's measured from, but typically for residential forms of development and also commercial, it's taken from the natural ground level. And that's what the applicant's done in this case. So they based the levels on an AHD, which is consistent with what natural ground level is defined to be under the regulations. And then in site coverage as well, it states 30%. But again, if there's any variation to that, we'd simply have regards to the design principles. And in this circumstance, we're satisfied that it does meet that scheme provision in terms of site coverage.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from panel members at this juncture? Thank you. There are no other questions. We now move back to the agenda and we will now deal on the item. As per the DAP provisions, we will deal first with the recommendation that appears at the beginning of the RA. Is there a mover of the recommendation at the beginning of the RA, which is a recommendation for refusal? It is moved. Is there a seconder for the RA? It is seconded. Would the mover like to speak to the item?
Yes, thank you, presiding person. Look, I think certainly some of the rationale given previously by the council is somewhat opaque, so I'm certainly open to some amendments on some of these rationales. I think there are some that still do remain, and those are the ones that I wish to speak to. In terms of some of the rationale given below, there's a couple of things it notes. So it says that childcare centres would generally not be suitable where access is from a local access street, which may impact on the amenity of the area due to traffic and parking. And it's that 15 home access street. So we start to go, is a 3,000 vehicle movement a day a suitable criteria by which to judge the traffic impact assessment? And actually, when you start to look at the detailed traffic data of where there's those additional vehicle movements going westbound and eastbound, you start to notice that there's only really about, in these peak times, around 10 vehicle movements from the actual residents themselves. So any increase above that is a significant increase on the amenity of the residents. So that reason of amenity with the traffic, that's, I think, why the council has stated that there's this increase in peak hour movements, which when we've looked at, there hasn't been the assessment on that congestion to show that it's not going to negatively impact their amenity there. On the issue of pedestrian safety, it again states that childcare, so this is the planning bulletin, says that it should not, childcare centres should only be approved, if they will have minimum impact on the functionality of the amenity and not create or exacerbate an unsafe condition for the children and families using the centre and for pedestrians or road users. So because there hasn't been that CEDA analysis looking at the congestion, nor am I satisfied with the traffic assessment when Marina had said, or the officers had noted, oh, the vehicle speed movements are generally low. Actually, when you look at the speed traffic counts from the Shire's information, 35% of the vehicle movements are below 30 k's an hour. That means that 65% of the vehicle movements on a weekday, this is of the weekday movement, 65% of the vehicle movements are over 30 k's an hour. That is far faster than one would have when you're looking at school zones. This isn't like that it is slowed to 20 or 10 k's an hour. And when you do have the pedestrians crossing right at a blind corner, if they are moving from the daycare, then to me, that is something that is exacerbating the unsafe conditions for pedestrians. So I think it's that then that leads to that condition 4, where it's saying, does this have an impact on the amenity of those 15 homes that are on this local access road? Then yes, there is a significant loss of amenity, because these residents are already basing their lives around, I don't want to leave my street during peak hour, and that's potentially been extended or exacerbated by this development. The reasons of bushfire is somewhat subjective. I myself have struggled a little bit and think with some peer-reviewed bushfire assessment, it's probably therefore a struggle to keep that. So I'm open to conditions to take that out. However, I would like to see it at the bare minimum, if this were approved, more conditions looking at additional access, at the very least this pedestrian access to mitigate some of that. So those are the reasons I've put to the panel, noting open to amendments to some of these conditions, which is what the council had provided. But I do think the reasons of this additional peak hour in the morning where there is that overlap is going to exacerbate. There is going to be an exacerbation at a blind corner, because it is this development that is leading to the pedestrian movements from the childcare centre to the school. And I don't think that that has been addressed in the impact, traffic impact. And all of that ultimately has the impact on the residents' amenity. I'm not talking here about built form of buildings. I think that that has been shown to be compliant, as well as the permeable fencing. I think it's more on their way of life with the traffic. Those are the reasons I'll put to the panel. I'm interested to hear any other concerns that maybe you have. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to Member Prakti Mehta. Would you like to speak to this item?
Yes, thank you. And, as Councillor Ellery has referred to the WA Planning Commission Bulletin on Childcare, and I would like to talk about the item F, where a childcare centre could be approved only if it demonstrates that it will have minimal impact on the functionality, amenity of the area, and will not create or exacerbate unsafe conditions. And I think that is what we need to be looking at. I have formed the view that this is a difficult site, and I have many concerns, and I will talk about 3 of them. And I apologize in advance if I take a little bit of your time, but I think it is very, very important that we make decisions that are sensible and which is going to be keeping safety as the primary factor in making a decision which could impact on not just residents who live there, but also on the children who are going to be potentially using this site. So my first issue is with the bushfire risk and the evacuation planning. Now, we've heard that residents on Amherst have been advised through letters that their properties are at significant risk of bushfire. So in considering this application, we then have to look at what is it that this development is planning for evacuation or safety. Now, I was very concerned at Mr. Stewart's statement, and I looked at his written submission that they would use buses to enter and exit. And we heard responses to my questions that they had not even decided the size of bus or what they were going to be using, but they had said that they will be making a 3-point turn on Amherst Avenue, which is a very narrow street, before exiting. Now, we have already noted that Amherst is a no-through road. We have heard that it would be dangerous to even drive down that road. And so I think using that 3-point turn evacuation as a method of evacuating, it is unsafe. It is not compliant. I think it contradicts the planning bulletin, which requires that we have a safe, direct, and proven evacuation arrangements, especially for vulnerable users such as childcare centers. Now, emergency vehicles should never be required to perform a 3-point turn on a local street during an emergency. The maneuver is slow, it's complex, increases evacuation time, requires ample width. And we have heard from Shire officers that it is not possible to increase the width of this road, which is, I believe, 6 meters, if I heard right. So think of a situation when there is an emergency, and in the hills, we say it's not if a fire occurs, it is when a fire occurs. So there is always the when that we live with. Think of a situation where there is a fire and you're using evacuation buses, you turn around using 3-point turns under panic, smoke-filled situation where visibility is limited. Even if the bus could avoid going up that cul-de-sac, which is a no-through road, as we have heard, then there is only one way in and out of that road network, which is dangerous. And so I think the application fails, that it doesn't have the 2 access roads. And I've heard that there are access roads 50 meters away or 200 meters away, and that complies. But we are talking about emergency here in a narrow road, congestion with traffic. And also having listened to consultants, the consultant's deputation, the person who did the bell, sorry, I wrote down his name, but I can't recall, as well as listening to the Mundaring DFA staff. I am not convinced that the safety of children has been taken into that level of consideration. We're looking at the safety of a building, bell ratings, but what about the children and the parents who are going to be using? So that's one reason. The second is traffic volume. And I acknowledge that it's adjacent to a school and it's in the corner, constrained road capacity. But we heard from Ms. Claywig, that the peak time between the school and childcare will overlap in the mornings. And we can't ignore that the fact that residents who already experience traffic impacts are going to experience exacerbated conditions because of this development. So we are talking about traffic volume and amenity, and we cannot ignore the issues that are likely to occur again in the event of a bushfire. And in terms of amenity and character, I heard Mr. Bradley's what he talked about in terms of what our planning scheme says and what is in various planning documents. However, this development is inconsistent, in my view, with the established amenity, character, and built form of Darlington. It's a low-density area with bushland, residential locality. It's characterized by single dwellings, natural vegetation, quiet, semi-rural atmosphere. It is not an urban area. And then introducing a commercial scale building with expanded hard stand, formal parking, noise activity, which I understand there are mechanisms to mitigate that, increased traffic. It does not align with the intent of that area. The bulk and scale of this development, when you think of the sloping nature of the site, and I heard someone saying, come out and have a look. I have gone and had a look. It is a slope. And so when you look at it from one side, it is an excessive bulk. Visually, it is a two-story, if not more, building in an area which is surrounded by single-story, low-scale buildings. So this undermines our local planning objective of maintaining streetscape consistency and neighborhood character. That development will dominate the streetscape and it will lead to significant visual intrusion. So I conclude that it fails to meet several planning requirements. The use of a bus or buses making 3-point turns for emergency evacuation is unsafe, untested, wholly inappropriate for vulnerable use in a bushfire area, particularly with only one access road via Amherst. Sheltering in place does not appear to be a suitable option. The slope results in a building that appears 2 stories from Glen Road. The development also risks worsening traffic congestion near a school and fails to demonstrate safe access for pedestrians. Look, today's community deputations, as well as the submissions that were received during the consultation period, they are well considered. They are not emotive. They are factual, they are evidence-based. And in my view, it is important, it's essential that their concerns are considered when making our decision. And for these reasons, I would urge the panel to uphold the recommendation for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other panel members wishing to speak to the motion? No other panel members wish to speak? Oh, sorry.
For or against?
Either. Against?
Yes, I'll speak against the motion to refuse. I think the application has been through an extensive assessment process through the responsible authority undertaking a comprehensive assessment. It's been lodged with a lot of technical reports. In terms of the use, the childcare centre is compatible within the locality. I think the co-location with the school is a plus. It suits the criteria for locating childcare centres, and some of the submissions, in fact, supported the childcare centre. Whilst there's no demand analysis provided, it does demonstrate some level of support. And childcare centres, some of the locations that were quoted are quite a distance away. They're not local childcare centres, they are district childcare centres. I'll take the point that some of the people that live in Darlington probably drop their kids off at other childcare centres because it's on the way to their work. But there's obviously there is some support and demand for childcare centres, and it's a use that's being promoted through various levels of government to encourage and engender participation in the workforce by our residents. The built form that has resulted is for 2 reasons. One, it has to appear like a residence and residential in style, and it is on its own a low-rise building. It's not 3 or 4 levels. The site retaining as to get a flat site has required retaining along the boundaries. The size of the development is no more than a two-storey building. And I think that some of the submissions that were made about the size of the building and its effect on the amenity of the locality probably doesn't take into account the fact that it is across the road from a primary school, and it's probably a far better design in the locality than the primary school is. The setbacks, the landscaping that's provided to the building, they're all in compliance with the residential planning codes. And in fact, I think it was alluded to in the Responsible Authority report that a private dwelling would, of similar scale and size, would not be able to be refused, other than the fact that there's some parking on the site. It would mirror a single residential development. And I'm sure that anybody that builds there would also, in current new type of buildings, would include a lot of retaining around the site, because even for a single residence, you would need extensive retaining. The landscaping, some of the renders that were provided took no account of the landscaping that is going to be provided on the site, both within the retained beds and also along the car park and the setbacks in the street frontage. So I think that landscaping is quite important and has been provided. Car parking complies with scheme requirements. We've, as panel members, we've assessed numerous childcare centres. We've seen surveys showing how childcare centres operate, with the arrivals and departures over time between 6:30, 7 a.m. through till 9:30 in cases parents drop kids off. Not everyone works a 8-hour day and starts at 8 in the morning or 8:30 and finishes at 5 o'clock. Some people work part-time. They drop kids off at 10 a.m. and pick them up at 3 a.m. if they work shift work or casual work in cafes and so forth. So the parking that's provided, it has been the subject of numerous studies, and it's a fairly standard parking provision throughout childcare centres in Western Australia. In terms of the traffic arrivals and departures, this particular entry to this site is 100 and something metres from the corner. The traffic will not drive up Amherst and impact on the existing residents. They will drive in, drop their kids off and drive out. Now, the unfortunate thing in this is that the emotive part of the congestion that's there now, and it's unfortunate, it is a cul-de-sac and parents drop kids off at school. And we've all had children, we've all experienced that wonderful experience of dropping them off and waiting to pick them up. And it's a situation that's not caused by the childcare centre, and in terms of the impact of the cars coming and going to the childcare centre, it's minimal in terms of the overall impact on Amherst. So the intersection at Amherst and Glen, yes, there are some problems there, but we're not talking thousands of vehicles a day going through there in addition to what's already there. So, and not everyone turns left, others will turn right, so the impact is once again not as significant as has been made out to be. The council had an independent traffic study, and it did show that the impact of this particular use is not going to be as great as what has been mentioned in some of the submissions. The site is appropriate for stormwater and sewer. Somebody said that the site's not connected to sewer. I don't think anywhere in Darlington is connected to sewer. Neither is the high school next door. The proponents have undertaken a site soil assessment and evaluation, and it shows that it's appropriate for both stormwater and leach drain infiltration. The bushfire management issue is of some concern. Of course, it is for all users. This isn't the first childcare centre that has faced this same problem, and the authority that is adhered to in their advice is the Department of Fire and Emergency Services. Now, they have suggested, they've reviewed the bushfire assessment provided that was peer reviewed, and also looked at bushfire risk. The Department of Fire and Emergency Services did not say this development shouldn't occur. It said, yes, it can occur, but it has to have some other issues addressed, which the proponents have done. So given the given the application that was submitted and the due regard we have to give to the application and the submission that was made, I'm speaking against the motion to refuse it.
Any further speakers on the motion on the table? Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Presiding member, I also won't be supporting the current motion. Member Coltas has provided a detailed reason or reasons why he believes he can't support, which I would endorse, but I will make some additional comments. As a decision maker, we are required to consider things under the planning framework, and the planning framework for this site, it is urban, it is residential, and a childcare is a use that's capable of being approved. And that's the planning framework. We've also heard from the Shire's officers that in terms of the proposal itself, it complies with the scheme requirements, and there's no debate about that. It's quite clear that the building, setbacks, car parking comply. There's been a lot of reference to the West Australian Planning Commission bulletin on childcare, and particularly around items E and F. Now, both those items talk about amenity, parking, traffic safety, and it's important to understand that. Well, we have a situation where the applicant's traffic consultant has outlined very clearly that based on experience, based on traffic volumes, that there are no safety concerns, that it can be managed. We've also heard from the Shire's officers that, yes, there is congestion around peak times in relation to primary school, but that is not uncommon within the Shire. It's certainly not uncommon throughout Perth, adjoining schools. It is short time and it can be managed. So from that context, I don't think the proposal is inconsistent with the WAPC bulletin in terms of childcare. In terms of fire safety, and I appreciate that the submitters do have real concerns and they are legitimate, and I appreciate that. We do have a situation, once again, a certified practitioner, a level 3 practitioner, has indicated that the BMP meets the WAPC standard. DFIS has reviewed that and is satisfied, which is, I posed a question earlier about DFIS and their conservative position on development proposals. And in this case, they support it. And we've also heard from the Shire's officers that are responsible for fire management, they are satisfied with the proposal. So given that, I'm not able to support the current motion.
Thank you. I will speak to the motion. Thank you to all the presenters and submissions that I have received today in a verbal presentation, as well as your written material, as well as all of the submissions that have been provided. From my perspective, I have given significant due regard to those concerns that have been raised, and I have also balanced those concerns in relation to other elements that form part of this decision making. From my perspective, I have considered the issue of land use and satisfied that land use as a discretionary use in this particular location is a judgment decision that we are able to make in relation to that proposal and its siting. In terms of design, I am satisfied that the proposed design represents a residential design in nature, both in its characteristics as well as its form and scale. And I do note the concerns that were raised by the community in relation to amenity, character and heritage. Planning provisions deal with the current the current amenity, and they provide for the emerging amenity that is established through the planning framework and the type of development that can occur. From my perspective, the design of this development, albeit that it is a non-residential development, has taken significant cues from residential design and is appropriate in both scale, form and siting on that site. In terms of the traffic challenges for the site, one of the areas that I was most interested in understanding, working through and attempting to balance out is the extent to which this development causes congestion and therefore or is responsible for congestion in the area. I am satisfied that the material we have received today by the city officers, the experts in terms of traffic, as well as the information that I've received in the submissions and in today's presentation that spoke of the congestion that occurs in and around peak periods of the school, I'm satisfied that this development does not so significantly cause the traffic congestion that would warrant refusal. Whilst I accept that people hold differing views in relation to the capacity of the road, we have been, it has been identified what the capacity of the road is, and I do acknowledge there will be movement in the road that may be different than it is today, but that does not mean, in my view, that the road capacity is not capable of taking those road movements. From a design perspective, this proposal, including its access point and its parking, provides for movement into the site, parking within the site, and movement of the vehicle in order to exit the site in a forward gear. And whilst I will never underestimate behaviours of individuals, the development has provided sufficient and appropriate both on-site parking and manoeuvrability to cater for what it can reasonably cater for, which is consistent with the planning framework. As already been indicated today, there is a lot of movement in and around the school at the peak time. I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that is frustrating for residents that live there. However, I do not accept that the development contributes so significantly development that would warrant refusal of it, or that it should be responsible for the behaviours or otherwise that occur within the area. Those are matters that sit beyond the development. Those are matters for others, whether it be the school, whether it be the Shire. The full assessment undertaken by the Shire's professional officers and the Shire's engineers indicate that the road is capable of movement and that safety issues are addressed and that they are satisfied that safe movement in and around that area, inclusive in particular they cited the peak period where it's slow moving, is appropriate. From my perspective, those are not sufficient grounds for me in refusing the application. Extensive conversation has occurred, detailed information provided in relation to bushfire. The information for the expert assessment through various people, including consultant reporting and DFES, has indicated that the design of the development, both in its siting configuration as well as the mitigation actions, are appropriate to address the fire risks. And these are materials that I'm using to base my decision on, including the submissions that were received, as well as all of the submissions from the agencies. As far as I'm concerned, the proposal on a variety of merits is consistent with the planning framework, and that mitigation actions are appropriate and in context with the proposal. I do acknowledge and accept that this development might change the amenity of the area, but the framework does allow for the amenity of the area to be different than it is today in both built form and scale, without any restriction, that would prevent, as already been said, a building form in this location of that design on that site, which has the same form and scale in terms of its amenity. Equally, it will not prevent the framework does not prevent the location of the crossover to this. I do not concur with the grounds for refusal for the reasons that I have stated. Those are my comments. I move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate on the motion on the table. Over to yourself.
Thank you, presiding person, and thank you, panel members, for making your views clear. Given the way people have indicated their intentions on this, and that there have been no subsequent amendments to that, then the outcome is expected. But I would encourage panel members in considering this, and even in considering future conditions amendments, that I really do believe that a lot of these concerns are still valid and remain unaddressed. So when we do put forward positions like that there won't be any impact on the congestion to the area for the residents, yet there isn't any modelling of said congestion, then I think we need to think carefully about that, given the significant concern that's been raised with at the very least, the conditions with which we apply. When we look that, yes, there is independent bushfire advice that says that it is compliant, but how much of that is dependent on the surrounding area and therefore outside the applicant's control. And when we do look at those issues of pedestrian safety, I would again reiterate, yes, a lot of the vehicle movements are because of the school, but there is definitely the propensity for exacerbations of potential safety issues, particularly related in the siting and the blind corner of it. And at the very least, if this were approved, I think we need to think very carefully about conditions which may address that, because as it stands, I don't believe that that has been adequately considered. That said, I will put the current motion. I won't say anything further to the current motion.
Thank you. Debate has been closed on the motion on the table. The motion on the table is a recommendation for refusal as contained at the beginning of the agenda. All those in favour? Against? It is lost 3-2. Has the minute taker got the vote? Thank you. We move back. Sorry, it lost 2-3, I should say. We move back to the agenda. There is an alternate recommendation provided in the agenda at the rear. Is there a mover of the recommendation at the rear of the agenda?
I'll move that.
It is moved. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? It is seconded. Did you get the move and seconder? Would the mover like to speak to the item, to the recommendation, I should say?
Yes, thank you, presiding member. We've had extensive discussion on our views on the planning merits and other on the application. I don't want to go over it all again. I would like to propose an amendment to the conditions that have been suggested in the alternate recommendation, which is headed officer recommendation.
Yes.
And that is to put in a condition amendment saying that an alternative option for a pedestrian access to Glen Road frontage is to be incorporated within the development for emergency evacuation to the satisfaction of the Shire.
And I just have you read that slower for me, please. An alternative option for
Alternative option for pedestrian access to Glen Road frontage
Hang on, slow down. Yep.
is to be incorporated within the development for the purpose of emergency evacuation from the childcare premises to the satisfaction of the Shire.
Can I ask one question before we go to a seconder? The timing of that, is that prior to occupation?
Prior to lodgement of building plans, or prior to lodgement of building.
That would only require the design to be on the building plans.
Well, I think it's implicit that it's to be incorporated in the building plan so that it can be approved.
Okay. So that read at the beginning of for the minute taker, prior to building permit, and the plans to show.
Prior to applying for a building permit.
To show an alternate option for pedestrian access to Glen Road frontage to be incorporated in development for the purpose of emergency evacuation from the childcare centre to the satisfaction of the Shire. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a seconder for amendment 1? It is seconded. Would you like to speak any further on the amendment?
I think it just mirrors the fact that there was concern from submissions, and also I have concerns about the one access point to the premises, and I think it can be made better if there's an alternate access to the secondary road, and it may negate the need for buses or service or emergency vehicles having to do 3-point turns.
Would the seconder like to speak to the motion, to the amendment, I should say? Is there any other speakers to amendment 1? Would you like a right of reply?
No.
Members, we are going to the vote on only amendment 1. I assume everybody is clear what the amendment reads. All those in favour? It is carried unanimously. Amendment 1.
I also foreshadow amendment 2.
Okay, just bear with me for a moment. Okay, amendment 2.
Which is more of a procedural. Condition 1 that requires approval under the Metropolitan Region Scheme.
Mm-hmm.
New legislation has come into effect that that's no longer required.
So there is a motion, amendment 2, to delete condition 1, which relates to the MRS approval on the basis of changes to legislation. Is there a seconder for amendment 2?
It's not there.
It is seconded. Do you want to speak further to amendment 2?
No, it's just a statutory, it's not a statutory requirement anymore.
Would the seconder like to speak to amendment 2?
No, presiding member.
Are there any other speakers on amendment 2?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can.
So if that amendment is imminent, why are we saying that we should delete it now?
It's already in place.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Thank you.
Any other speakers on the amendment? Would you like right of reply and close the debate? We are going to the vote on Amendment 2, which is to delete Condition 1 for reference to the MRS. All those in favour? It is carried unanimously. Would you like to continue speaking on the substantive motion?
I would also foreshadow Amendment 3.
Yes.
And I'm not sure whether this can be done, but it's to do with Condition 16. And it says that it shall be constructed in accordance with BAL 29, etc. And at the end, I was going to suggest a wording, and I haven't got the words correct at the moment, and the option of incorporating a water spray on the edges of the building to aid in fire protection. I'm not sure if it's an advice note, be investigated and implemented. Or words to that effect.
Is there a seconder for Amendment 3?
So just to clarify the minutes, was this changed to Condition 16? Or
Yes.
was it added?
That was, it was modification of Condition 16 to add those words at the end. Is that correct?
Yes. To the satisfaction of the Shire at the end of it.
Is there a seconder for Amendment 3? It is seconded. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, I think that given the concern that has been expressed about the site and the vegetation in the area, there may be an opportunity to incorporate perimeter sprays around the periphery of the building to assist in firefighting if it's required.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, just to expand on it a little, I think that it's something that allows for additional consideration to increase safety, and it's not binding, therefore, as a condition of approval. So I think that allows some flexibility while increasing the safe outcomes for the occupants, which I think is paramount in this case, particularly with the very vulnerable nature of the users.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on Amendment 3?
Presiding member, just given the member's comment about it not being investigated as an option, I think the last part of the proposed modification talks about it being implemented. So I don't know that there's discretion that is, if the intent is that it's implemented. So they would not ultimately be to the satisfaction of the Shire of Mundaring. So it's investigated and then therefore implemented to the satisfaction of Mundaring, which may mean that the investigation results in that it's really not necessary, and therefore the Shire would say, well, then it's not necessary to implement it. Yeah. But at least there's the investigation. Presiding member, one of the reasons I'm uncertain about whether it's appropriate, because we need to have conditions that are certain, and if it's simply being investigated, it's not certain. So we either require it to be implemented, and I'm concerned about ad hoc additions like that to fire safety when we have a building being built at a higher bell rating that's required, and we've got a bushfire management plan that addresses fire safety. Unless the Shire believes it's necessary and it hasn't been recommended, I wouldn't be supporting the motion.
Okay.
Presiding member.
Are there any other speakers on the motion? I will.
Sorry, I might.
You haven't got anything to say now until it's your right of reply. I'm sorry.
I will.
Yes, we go to practice. I think you've got your hand up there.
Yes, I don't support it because I believe it needs to be you can't have any gray areas. It needs to be specific. If that is what we want, then we must say we need sprinklers or firefighting equipment installed, but not investigate. I think it needs to be more firm. And so, no, I can't support it in that form, but I can support it if it is a condition and a requirement.
Thank you. I will speak to it. I do not support Amendment 3. I do not support it for essentially similar reasons that have been given by Member Tony Arias. There is information required in relation to the treatment of this site for bushfire management to be assessed appropriately by both applicant, specialists, Shire and DFES. I am not comfortable with making a range of changes without fully understanding what that ultimately means and how that sits in relation to the site. From my perspective, I would concur that there is some ambiguity in terms of whether the applicant has to do it, and therefore certainty to condition is not meeting the threshold from my perspective. So in its framework as it sits, I do not support Amendment 3, and I don't support as a principle changes to this aspect of the proposal, which requires some specialist input in relation to bushfire management. So I would not be comfortable without a proper explanation and data from the experts in the space. Those are my comments. I move back to the mover. You have right of reply.
I take your point and I will move it as an advice note.
You can't.
Can't?
Nope. You're on right of reply.
Well, I won't do it now.
Okay.
I may do later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we are dealing with Amendment 3. All those in favour? Against? It is lost. Would you like to continue speaking?
Yes, I'll move an amendment number 3. 4. That an advice note be incorporated that says the proponents are encouraged to investigate an option of incorporating a water spray around the perimeter of the building to aid in fire protection. Full stop.
Did you get the words?
The proponents are encouraged to investigate the option of incorporating a water spray around the perimeter of the building to aid in fire protection.
Is there a seconder to the advice note?
I'm happy to support that.
It is moved and seconded. Would you like to continue speaking to it?
No.
Would you like to speak, would the seconder like to speak to the advice note?
Presiding member, very briefly, I'm obviously very happy for the applicant to investigate additional measures that might reduce fire hazard. So yes, as a footnote, I'm here to support it.
Any other speakers on the motion?
Might just to speak briefly, looking at the current advice note A, it says that the applicant is encouraged to consider lighting treatments that avoid excessive, not to investigate lighting treatments that avoid. I suppose it would be that they already are definitely been putting in lighting. So I am supportive of the advice note. I think there'd be a question about whether or not it's investigate or actually do it, but I suppose in either case they're going to be looking at it. So broadly happy to support it, and might. I think firmer wording could have been used, but at the end of the day, it's an advice note, so happy that they'll be investigated.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this motion? I will speak to the motion. Whilst I agree with the sentiment, I disagree with the advice note. From a planning perspective, advice note is non-binding on the applicant. And from my perspective, whilst it is supportable in terms of recommending it or suggesting it to the applicant, but it hasn't got any binding. And I think that there is definitely a misunderstanding in the broader community that advice notes have some legal standing, and very clearly that's been tested in courts. It has nothing. It's got no weight at all for obligation of the applicant. So I think that in this particular instance, whilst generally advice notes have a place, just generally for information for the applicant, I don't support it in this particular instance for the reasons I've just given. Yes, Practi, you wish to speak to Amendment 4.
Yes, so no, in view of your statement that advice notes have no substance, is there a way of converting that into a condition that is properly written so it doesn't have any grey areas?
Well, we're in debate. The only way you can write a condition, it has to be certain and final, and relate to the development. That's the legal obligation for condition. So applicant is very clear about what they have to do and when they have to do it by, and whom will be responsible for closing out on it.
Okay, thank you.
So I move back to the mover for right of reply and close of debate on Amendment 4.
I'll leave it as it stands.
We're going to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Sorry, Practi, can I put it again? All those in favour? Against? It is carried 4-1. Back to yourself.
No, I have no further comment to make on the recommendations.
Okay, with the second.
Presiding person, can I move one amendment?
Yes, I'm trying to work out who hasn't spoken on substantive now.
Presiding member, I have.
Your seconder, okay. Just one moment, we're going to go seconder first, then we'll come back to yourself.
Understood.
Seconder, would you like to speak on the substantive motion?
Look, very briefly, presiding member, as I indicated, our obligation is to consider the planning framework, and I believe the proposal has demonstrated it does comply with the planning framework in terms of the key guidance elements that need to be addressed. Bushfire safety, the assessment's been based on the WAPC guidelines. The same applies with traffic, that the TIA is in accordance with the WAPC guidelines. And while there's been suggestion about further analysis, SIDRA analysis, based on the traffic volumes, that's not required under the WAPC guidelines. We've talked about amenity impacts, and as the presiding member has indicated, there will be some impacts. There's no question any development results in impacts, and that's undeniable. The issue is whether they're appropriate given the context of what's in the locality, and my view is that they are. So on that basis, I will support a recommendation to approve.
We're moving now to our next speaker, and we speak to.
Yes, I'd like to move an amendment. So this is amendment number 5. I have the wording ready.
Just one moment. Sorry, you can just one. Amendment 5. Okay. Are you condition change advice note?
An additional condition.
Okay, so just one new condition for the minute taken.
Condition number 18, or I think it might yes, it would be 18 now if one removed and one added. And it would state, prior to obtaining a building permit, congestion modelling is undertaken to the satisfaction of the Shire of Mundaring.
Great. Do you want to just read it quickly out again for me? And I think I've got it all down now.
Prior to obtaining a building permit,
Yep.
congestion modelling is undertaken to the satisfaction of the Shire of Mundaring.
Great. Is there a seconder for Amendment 5?
Can I ask a question?
You can ask a quick question, yep.
What will that congestion modelling achieve? Will it change anything? I don't know.
Or do you want to deal with it in your, do you want to deal with it in your discussion of the amendment once you've got a seconder on it?
Can do it in my discussion on the amendment.
The mover has indicated they will deal with they'll deal with that particular matter in their discussion if this gets a seconder for debate.
I'll second it.
Thank you. It has been seconded. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, so, and it's a valid question, I suppose, what is this going to achieve? So when we've undertaken a traffic impact assessment, we've said, well, we've assessed it with regard to certain thresholds, and we've said, okay, it's an access road, it can have up to 30,000 vehicle movements a day. It's not causing any excess of traffic issues. So their traffic impact assessor planner noted that they haven't done congestion modelling, and therefore there isn't then any way to, without that, there isn't any way to assess whether or not it would or would not cause congestion. Now, if then they go and do the congestion modelling prior to the building permit, and that were to show, okay, perhaps the going to cause congestion if people are going to turn right when exiting, because it is close to a then exit onto another road. And it might be that the congestion modelling says, look, for someone getting out of there, it could be that they can only turn left. We don't know, but the point of the modelling is that it's done prior to the building, and then when they then go to the lodgement of the building permit, there's then additional data that the Shire would know that allows them to make an informed judgment. And I would note that a lot of the discussion around this table today has said that we are happy to approve this development because we don't believe that the development itself is causing any additional risks to pedestrian safety, any additional traffic that's impacting on the amenity of the residents. It was never the total volume of the traffic that was the issue in all of the submissions. And therefore, I think this actually gives certainty for the application going forward to say, if congestion is not an issue, the modelling will show that it's not an issue. If it is an issue, then there may be ways, at least in the design of the access way, to mitigate that. And I think that it would be an opportunity missed if we didn't consider it. So their own traffic impact assessor has noted that there wasn't the congestion modelling done, hence the reason for proposing this as a condition prior to the permit.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak to it?
Look, I will support it because I guess it will give the Shire some information, as Councillor Ellery alluded to, on perhaps changes or modifications that need to be made around the road. My only concern is if there are those requirements, will there be a developer contribution, and will that be sufficient? I doubt it. So I look forward to the modelling, yes. Hopefully give us information which we will have to build into our capital works program, and hopefully if there is some spending to be done, we will be able to find the funds to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on Amendment 5 for new condition?
Presiding member,
yes.
I can understand the purpose, but in the context of, once again, what a decision maker is required to do, given we have a recommendation for approval, I struggle with what the planning purpose is of this condition. And based on the current wording, there's no consequence of what the congestion modelling is. So putting aside the issue of whether it's actually justified, I don't see it achieves very much because there are no subsequent conditions that require a consequence of the condition. In terms of the proposal itself, I indicated earlier that the TIA has been prepared in accordance with WAPC guidelines, and the guidelines are clear that for low to moderate developments or consequence of traffic, a SIDRA analysis is not required, and that's what the motion suggests. So on that basis, I won't support the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on Amendment 5?
Yes, I'll speak against it. I think that, as Mr. Arias has said, the traffic studies that was undertaken and submitted did not require any congestion modelling based on the criteria of the roads network in the area and traffic flows existing and proposed. And I think that the traffic impact has already been stated fairly clearly to be insignificant, minimal, and I think that to require the proponents to undertake congestion modelling, I think it won't result in anything, and if it does show things, then I'm not sure that it's certain that who's responsible for it, so I don't think I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. I will speak to the Amendment 5. I don't support a condition that requires, an obligation that requires an applicant to undertake traffic modelling when the material and data that we have on which to make this decision, both the TIA, road classification and assessment by Shire engineers, is that the road is both capable of taking the movement in there, that the proposal doesn't create the congestion beyond the normal activities within the street. Noting that the high peak periods, the congestion is created as a result of the school, I do not see any reason that the applicant should, such a condition should be imposed on the applicant. I do understand and I do accept that a view of congestion is different and will be very, very difficult to objectively consider when we have specific standards for how much can be in that road, what can be done on that road, what can the volumes of traffic that can move in that road. I do not support any changes. We're already using the measures and the provisions that are in place for it to be evaluated. Those are my comments. I move back to the mover of Amendment 5 for right of reply and close of debate. We are going to the vote on Amendment 5, new condition 18. All those in favour?
Amendment 5.
Yes. Against? It is lost. We're back to yourself, Member Luke Ellery, if you'd like to keep speaking. Any other speakers on the substantive motion? I will speak to the substantive motion inclusive of the amendments. I won't repeat all of the comments that I've said. I am supportive of the proposal, having given due consideration to all of the documents provided, all of the submissions received, presentations been provided today, input from specialists and officers, and I'm satisfied that in the context of the planning framework, the provisions that sit around that site, the locational context and the proposal design and configuration, the land use is both appropriate and the form and scale is appropriate on this site. And I'm satisfied that the matters that need to be considered have been considered, inclusive of the amenity of the area and bushfire management against what the planning framework considers. That includes both the current and emerging or changing character of an area that is provided for under the planning framework in this particular area. Those are my comments. Any other speakers on the substantive? If not, we move back to the mover for right of reply on the substantive and close of debate. That's you.
No further.
Okay, the Debate has been completed on the substantial. We are now going to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Is carried 3-2. We move back to the agenda. And in the agenda, there is no items, Form 2. There is no SAT reconsideration. Part D sets out the SAT applications and Supreme Court appeals. I have no comments on those, and accordingly I close today's meeting at 5:02 p.m. and thank everybody for their participation.
Thank you.